How do I sound? Oh yeah, how do I sound? Wow, wow. Sometimes my pitch is a little high, and sometimes it can get too low. So, how do I sound? Test, 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 test. Do I sound okay? Or not? I might sound bad. Maybe a bit quiet, you say? Well, 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 then. Let me just press a couple buttons here and there, and we'll have this problem fixed in a quick, long, cumbersome, easy jiffy. There we go. How do I sound now? I should be a little quiet, a little louder, but not hopefully too louder. Hello and welcome to another Super Bunny Hop Super Duper Sad stream where, oh god, I have to pause this music, tab over to my two games that I'm playing at the same time, and then press the B button. Oh god, and I forgot whether or not I'm doing practice or time attack. I think I'm going to be doing practice on the weapon mode pistol VR missions. It looks like on MGS Integral, I've not played any of the time attack levels. I've played some of, but not all of the practice levels. I got 5 to go. I was, during that warm-up phase just then, navigating the menus to the beat of the music in such a way that had me figure out how to get the cursor to not bump one game's selection over to the next game so that I could sync up the two selections one at a time. It takes oh boy, I have to hit level 1 and jump in there before I'm left too far behind. Oh god, oh geez, oh man. We're also too loud. Oh my word. I need to practice ammo conservation too. And keep in mind that there's going to be different amounts of ammo between these two games. Woo-wee! We're just jumping right into it now, now aren't we? Oh man, Metal Gear Mondays sure are back. Whoa! This is going to be really interesting because, oh my word, this takes a chunk more of mental workload to play than your grandpa's Metal Gear Solid, right? Boom, 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 boom. This can be mentally exhausting if not rationed and treated with the kind of care and respect that maybe I should be regarding such an activity with. Now, on that same note though, I've been spending much of the past week polishing my return to the Homer project. The Homer comeback project has been polished up to an absolute mirror sheen at this point, which means that at the end of Book 5, where Diomedes fights the gods, there is a very long, detailed explainer that's going to try to make sense of what just happened to your average everyday concerned individual of the world who will be watching it on YouTube without having a very well-read syllabus of readings behind them about Homer, because to a big extent it involves a lot of thinking about thinking. So I've been doing some of the most frustrating kind of of questions possible that one can ask when trying to write about and study one of the most abstract and nebulous topics possible, because the Greek gods as depicted by Homer are very much about bridging some kind of psychological gap between the knowns and unknowns of the natural world versus the human world. And I have to do that and give some sort of update on the Homer projects, while at the same time playing two video games at the same time. But now that I, like, have one video game kind of sort of knocked out of reality and not immediately responding to all my button presses for feedbacks, it kind of feels like cheating. So let's actually get Ghost Babel to try again and get MGSI to try again. There we go. Alright, we're synced up. GB Snake's gonna blast this thing to the right as soon as we go off. That seems like a good use of ammo. Oh, we got another one coming down to the left. Okay, what more? Let's get the two eyeballs. This is a smiley face. Be advised, we're shooting up a smiley face here. And I need to, like, strategically slide these two windows around my screen, because I'm working on a 1080p 17-inch monitor, I think, actually, that doesn't quite have all the screen space to be able to do this elegantly, and that did not happen elegantly. I am unsatisfied with my performance on that last VR level. Let's give this a retry. Joe Baggs, who holds many things, is very... And so the heart of Joe Baggs, who holds many things, was gladdened at hearing the news that that the gods had once again resumed their divine correspondence, speaking in winged words to the inspirational mind of George, son of George. Yes, yes, Bunny Hut Book Club is totally back. I am having an absolute blast diving into the meatiest kind of questions that one can ask about the meatiest kinds of stories that have ever been told. And I have also developed a really nice schedule that's utilizing a lot of these psychological tricks I've been learning to have me conditioning an environment that is so much more helpfully helping me condition me, really, into thinking more motivational thoughts than whatever I was working with before. And a big part of that is cushioning my week with Metal Gear Mondays in the beginning, and then schlocky campy something or others on Friday or Saturday at the end. Last week we did that with RE6, and even then, the conversation in the stream got pretty, oh boy. Oh god, we're playing a totally different level here, and I'm now remembering what happened last time. Okay, we need to get out of here and pick a different level for practice, which means that even navigating the windows between these two games is going to be complicated. But yes, anyone who was seeing last Friday's RE6 stream definitely noticed that there was probably some conversational friction going on between the definitions of abstract concepts being tossed around, such as art and consciousness and trope and cliche, that are what I've been focusing on for the past couple weeks. The commentary for Iliad Book 5 is probably going to be maybe the cleanest, clearest English language that a lot of listeners are going to have encountered thus far, about some very philosophically complicated concepts, and I am looking forward to seeing whether or not I completely shit all over uh, Northrop Frye and Bernard Knox and Julian Janes here, or whether or not I do them justice. It's very very intense of a situation to be in, because through an elaborate continuity of 2,000 years worth of literature history, that might also mean I run the risk of shitting all over Homer. But I feel pretty confident right now after revisiting this stuff recently, because, for example, a year ago when I was working on book 2, I went a little bit off Homer's script for a bit. Odysseus tells a crowd of mutinying soldiers an elaborate lie about a prophecy he thinks he saw. And he employs some bicameral mind trickery to an almost comic extent. And when it comes to Trojan War adaptations and retellings, going hard on the bicameral mind stuff is actually kind of sort of becoming a cliche nowadays. So I want to be a little careful about that while still indulging with what a fun way of interpreting ancient mythology it is. Odysseus is very clearly lying. He is strumming up an elaborately improvised prophecy that is consciously making use of the mental tropes and psychological conditioning that the society he lives in will be able to get the common soldiers to believe in. And in my version, it's pretty clear. It's comic. In the original Homer version, it does sound like the characters do genuinely believe, including Odysseus himself, in the prophecy he's telling them. But in my version, he's winking at the other authority figures to play along with it. He is, kind of, sort of shoving Calchas, a prophet by profession, into roping along with it. And there's some suspense that builds where a drummer is tapping on the drums, and the crowd starts booing and shouting and jeering, and then slowly changes their mind and starts cheering and hooting and hollering and changing their mind about mutinying against their kings. That's going off script. I was a little nervous about that last year, but last year I hadn't recently gone through the Odyssey a month ago, and this year I did reread the Odyssey a month earlier, and that's perfect. That was a fine decision. I went on a tangent there. Well, whatever I did, I think it fits the character fine, and is what if you brought Homer back to life, I think he would have settled on something like that as a way to explain why it is such a what's going on in the story for the modern audience. Okay, I want to pick VR training practice level 5. Weapon mode pistol. There we go, we are synced. Wait, no we're not. Oh no. Oh no, I should have picked 4. Okay, we're gonna actually desync my way out of there and then have that set up for when I return. When I return, I'm also going to check Twitch chat to see if I got any fun messages about oh, thanks for the $25, Choice AU. Very very greatly appreciated this time, because now the big expense I now got to worry about is the tax payments for all the taxes I wasn't able to make back when I was going broke, renting cars all the time back and forth to go see Mom, which I still need to do. The finances make a little bit more sense, but they're still going to leave me broke for the rest of the year. Anyways, I'll be right back after peeing, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of back and forth we can get going on the Twitch chat from those topics I was just delving into, which have really reinvigorated my interest in getting into game criticism, and while I'm doing it, yearning for some more psychological complexity going on in most game criticism. I think there is a way to sell this to your average gamer audience in plain English that people can understand and enjoy. I'll be right back. Ooh. Okay. Testing, testing. Mic still works. Awesome. All right, let me scroll up and see what was going on the whole while I was blabbering while the while I was in the rapturous state that is having the muse come to you faster than you can say the stuff out loud. Oh boy. Everyone loves Kans Yeat's beautiful pixel art, but they are now comparing to Adam touching the finger of God. Oh, how's that for a metaphor? George touching the ass of Snake is like Adam touching the finger of God. I am going to send Kanziet a message on Patreon right now about what just happened. People have interpreted his artwork in the most beautiful of interpretations possible, which is making this association with the absolute oh boy. Joe Baggs, who holds many things, had just dumped $100 out of those bags. George tangents are 80% of the reason why I'm here. Keep it up, and glad to hear you're in a better mind state. Hey, check out another thing I'm getting into. Reviving the Iliad has been revived. It's back on track, baby. That means, and I've also spent the past year getting into some really, really high-minded, complicated readings about literature theory and its connection in many ways through long-term history to religious history in the grand scale of things. And so now that I'm actually back on track of production, I have poured a lot of those readings into the commentary and the total unified vision behind my adaptation of the Iliad, which is a very much a Rorschach blob of projection going on, which is why the classics are the classics. They stick around because so long as the same human psychology sticks around, they're gonna stick around. Hello, Eddie. Welcome. Let me bring up another way to psychologically trick yourself into thinking motivational thoughts. Is make sure you have a little dog around. They don't fix all your problems, but they sure do help. So I have polished the writing of the script of Iliad 5 up to a mirror sheen. And it's been, and since it has been a year, expectations are going to be high, and people are going to want me to come back with a very dramatic, well-polished splash, which means I should also be yearning and striving to make the production of Iliad 5 reach a mirror sheen, which means, I shit you not, I am doing a video singing lessons course from the teaching company, The Great Courses. It's called How to Sing. I skipped a few lessons ahead because one of the lessons I learned is that, as it turns out, I already know how to sing. 10 years of YouTubing has given me quite a brilliant control of my voice already as it is. I have no trouble at all hitting beautiful low notes, but hitting the high notes is something I still gotta work on. And so I've been practicing with Billie Jean, who's like a movie queen, and trying to hit the high notes, because I'm going to be doing a lot of goddesses and female characters, and the pitch shifting in the editing program certainly helps, but it is nothing compared to being able to do it with your own vocal organs in a physiological way instead of a digital way. You know, it's the difference between practical effects and digital effects is the difference between being able to do focal viminization with your actual voice versus with the software. So I want to actually get a dosage of formal education. No telling how good I'll actually be at it or how good I'll understand it, but I at least want a formally trained educator for singing and acting and writing to have their thoughts enter the ears and turn into my thoughts in a little bit before I really crack into the further depths of this adaptation. Next up is Book 6. For those of you who know, you know. Book 6 is the big tearjerker. And in Book 6, I'm gonna have to cry. I'm going for cries, not laughs, baby, with that one. And before I actually get to the end of the production of Book 6, I want to do one of these great courses that is actually called, this is going to be a good one, Storytelling in the Human Condition. I'm really looking forward to that one. So yeah, Bunny Hop Book Club is back. George Tangents are back, and right the heck now, I need to send Kanziet a message about my finger touching Snake's ass being like Adam's finger touching God's finger. That's that is some of the funniest thoughts I've been thinking about in a while is that one right there. How in the world do I get here on the modern day current Patreon interface? Because boy, they're making this harder than I remember. You got room for some Subway Surfers on the bottom right quadrant. This is truly the Halo 2 of playing Metal Gear Solid. Any chance you'll do another MGS3 EE No Trank run? I've watched the VODs of the last one 3 times and loved it each time. Actually, it's not something very, very similar, close enough it might still quench your thirst anyway. And that is a Metal Gear Solid 3 crappy camera angles only, oops, all cinematic challenge. I'm gonna play the Master Collection version of Metal Gear Solid 3 from all the original camera angles, but with the new crouch walking mod that came out. I'm very, very interested to see how different of a vision we are working with that game when engaging with it from the originally intended point of view, because sometimes that point of view is very, very interesting and is trying to say some messages that have since been lost. There are camera angles where you are peeking at Snake from the bushes. There are camera angles that slowly pan a new surprise into the edge of the frame as you successfully sneak through, so getting a pretty view is a payoff for good gameplay. There's a lot of interesting design philosophy going on with fixed camera angles that has since it's simultaneously now an almost dead art, but also simultaneously easier to see than ever because the retrospect is making what we've lost clearer to see than ever. I am very much looking forward to seeing what kind of notes I write down on stream during that playthrough to turn into a video essay on YouTube later on. Yeah, we're gonna have to read about cinematic movie theory when it comes to that, and how what the viewer's eyeballs are seeing on screen, even if they're not consciously thinking about it, are gonna still be giving the viewer some subconscious messages about the story they're interpreting. One thing that hit me hard when studying the Iliad is when Classics Professor Elizabeth Vandeveer is doing another Great Courses lecture series about how much of an effective tearjerker the Iliad can be. Reason why it can be such an effective tearjerker is that the immortality of the gods is constantly mentioned and reinforced. Sometimes the gods get in fights and they get stabbed and wounded and bleed and experience horrible pain, but they never die. The human characters, on the other hand, die a whole lot. And so you are constantly reminded of just what high stakes that human death carries compared to the immortal stakes of the gods. The gods never really die. They can get hurt, but they do come back. And thus, a video game narrative you are going through, recent replays of Resident Evil and MGS actually have me highly respecting now the way they've solved problems of video game violence and how to make deaths and dying and violence matter more on a narrative design level. Because even as much as a video game player is going to try to ignore the quick saving and quick loading system of a game that has that quick saving and quick loading system, Resident Evil has typewriter saves. It's a pain in the ass to die. A death represents a hell of a lot more currency, time. Yeah, it represents a hell of a lot more lost time to the player and a lot more amount of actual physiological shocks of the jump scares. You're gonna have to endure the negative emotions of sneaking through the mansions. I have so much more respect now for Resident Evil for being almost a proof of concept during the, now with retrospect, earlier phases of 3D game development that is so able to make effective entertainment out of exploring some of the most negative emotions the human brain can feel. And so when it comes to Metal Gear Solid, you have a non-lethal alternative to your combat system. There is this subtle psychological temptation in the player's head, no matter how much they even consciously think they're ignoring the non-lethal combat system. Once they find out that's an option, you never unlearn what you just learned. You will be tempted for the rest of your entire session in a Metal Gear Solid game to play it. You might not be tempted to play it non-lethally, but once you know the option is there, suddenly a lot of the messages about the way the game's depicting its violence change. Once you know there is an alternative, you might start feeling guilt or apprehension. You might want to go through it again with less kills. And this is reinforced by the story, where the story's assuming that the player's not getting spotted a lot and not doing a lot of kills. I think it is ironic and funny that these campy, schlocky, silly games from the mid to late 90s figured out some of the most complicated problems of core game design, storytelling, narrative design issues that prestige Western gaming nowadays is still working their way through. This thinking of the deaths in a video game as being metaphorical for the deaths in the Iliad has been very, very helpful for, I think, more clearly being able to explain one of the most frustrating problems to talk about in games criticism, and that is how to psychologically process all the repetitive acts of violence that the audience is going to be exposing themselves to, and how it ultimately does desensitize you to the player's character dying and other characters in the game dying. In Resident Evil 6 yesterday, I was scrubbing through the stream we did the other day, not yesterday, and I literally say halfway through that stream that I have a very hard time sympathizing with the pain of these characters. They're watching their friends and family transform into horrific, disgusting bio goop monsters. And there's supposed to be a very strong sense of body horror going on. You're just supposed to try, and in the cutscene, the characters are depicting is experiencing this completely mind-shattering sense of terror. But when I'm watching this stuff, I've seen it happen so many times before, and every single time I've seen it happen, it never ultimately amounts to much. The characters never really die permanently, and they don't really have much of a human life outside of the conflict the game's exploring. So Resident Evil and MGS, neither do they really depict their characters living a normal human life outside of the Raccoon City Mansion incident or the Shadow Moses incident. One violent incident of their lives is what we're exploring, but in Metal Gear Solid, the humanity of the rest of their lives is fully explored, and in Resident Evil, the humanity of the player is kind of sort of acknowledged. The campiness of Resident Evil gradually became acknowledged and referenced. There kind of sort of seems to be an awareness that if the story you were playing was miserable and terrifying genuinely, then maybe no one would really play Resident Evil. It's important to have this contrast in a violent, heroic story between immortal characters like the gods and mortal characters like the humans, so that deaths matter and represent something. That's what I feel in classic Resident Evil was not feeling in Resident Evil 6. There's a moment in that stream where I talk about how I'm having a hard time feeling tension and absorbing myself and entering into an immersive state in that game, because all the pain and misery going on screen doesn't seem to matter a whole lot. As soon as I say that, Leon gets smacked in the face with a plank of wood, and I laugh my ass off because it's funny and not scary. It's funny and not painful. I don't vicariously feel the pain of the character. In Metal Gear Solid, you can have some of that slapstick ludonarrative comedy going on that video games are good, while still having an occasionally very emotionally effective, heartbreaking narrative about the complex consequences of violence and desensitizing oneself to it, while still having a mechanically fun, engaging game that feels good with your fingers. It got it. Metal Gear Solid actually got it. And that is why I believe the question of whether or not games are art never should have been asked after Metal Gear Solid came out. Granted, it takes a few years of retrospect to figure this stuff out, but this is always going to be my example from now on Whenever anyone comes to me with that question from now on, I'll just walk through all these things Metal Gear Solid does to acknowledge the typical lowbrowness of problems of video games not being included in the holy canon of art, and how it very artistically, consciously engages with those problems to make a very unique piece of art that with modern retrospect really seems like a flash in the pan sort of moment in human art history. Early 3D games, midway through the development of a new art form, was a very new way of engaging with that art form. A new story was told for the first time, and you can only go through that once in your life. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a very, very, very fun interpretation of the Iliad I've got working on here, and I am so excited to get this stuff out of my brain and into the world. Seeing how deep into the classics you seem right now, have you heard of a video game called A Legionary's Life? It's kind of an RPG where you play as a Roman soldier in the Second Punic War. Nope. Tell me more about it. I'm interested in that stuff, as I'm sure you correctly predicted. Son of Melonhead, feel free to just paste stuff. You can't do links, but excerpts, reviews, yeah, try and sell me on A Legionary's Life. If it actually turns out to be an artistically complicated and morally mature way of depicting a legionary's life in a mechanically interesting way for ludonarrative storytelling purposes, then yes, I'm very interested, and might find a way to say what I just said in better English and in a better way. Yeah, Token Flip guys mentioning how subtle cinematic language can get with this, like the low angle / high angle shot to show relationships between characters. One thing that I hope everyone finds as interesting as I did in the Iliad is how when inventing modern editing techniques, Sergei Eisenstein was consciously emulating poetry, epic poetry, and how epic poetry will try to use sounds that are kind of sort of subconsciously stamped down in a language the brain's going to interpret as sound, whether they know they're doing it or not. And the clacking of horses' hooves, a very subconscious level. There's association going on where clacking sounds like clock, 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 clopping. The words are onomatopoeias. What a fun word. It sounds like what it means. The employing onomatopoeia for poetry inspired him to employ the tricks that turned into the montage. Cutting together two different images in a movie editing is similar to a poet employing different images and different sounds to create something greater than the sum of their parts, very subconsciously and subtly in the audience's mind. And so game mechanics do that in video games. And criticism would be a hell of a lot better if there was more of a focus on that and less of an assumption that there is an objectively good game design ideal. Right, the way we talk about games and the way game development trends have gone, I think, have been assuming that there's some sort of standardized ideal in which you are let's say the language of maximizing your APMs in a strategy game, in a competitive real-time strategy game, may have given game designers a metaphor that the more decisions per minute a player is making, the better the game design. I think there are very, very abstract ways of engaging with decision making in the player's head that might not even be depicted with words. One thing I want to start doing from here on out that is making me much more interested in getting back into criticism again is not focus on the writing so much. A game's writing is important, yes, but as anyone who has made an honest effort to judge writing quality while also enjoying a Final Fantasy game knows, you can have a very emotionally effective story happen that has crappy writing. Video game storytelling, mechanical storytelling, does not rely on written words in English. Let's move on to another question. I think the biggest counterpoint to feeling guilty about killing the guards in MGS is that they're all terrorists who are super willing to kill innocent people, though I guess the guards in MGS1 are hypnotized. Yeah, well, I mean, there's also a certain bit of tragic irony going on to the villains and their motives, as does happen in modern media so often, about how the heroes of one person's story is the villain of another's, about how terrorists who are super willing to kill innocent people are the oh yeah, let's not use the word my initial gut reaction wanted to use for that one. The revolutionaries who die first, the vanguards who take the hits, the ones who crack a few eggs to make some omelets to get a large scale social change going so that future generations can live more peacefully. Yeah. I don't necessarily think it starts out in quite the way, but the Metal Gear Solid series does gradually work its way towards trying to be more morally ambiguous about the villain's motives in later games when it does not instead fall back on the somewhat easier, quicker explanation of, oh, the guards are brainwashed into believing in the terrorist causes versus the terrorists have a rational and well thought out cause that makes their pain right now seem like a worthy sacrifice for longer term gains. On the RE thing, RE8 does have a brief scene of domestic bliss before the horrible violence begins. That was actually, yeah, an issue I brought up with RE6 is that there's horrible violence that begins. A character is traumatized by what they're seeing, but we don't really get a scene supporting why they would feel that way. When we're in a universe where we're accustomed, we have been very slowly stewed into becoming desensitized to the body horror. Those monster designs were probably hitting you when you were first playing those games as a kid. Obviously, you're making clear this is a discussion of classic RE, but yeah. This is the issue with Last of Us 2. There's no agency for the player, to be honest. There is agency on how to brutalize enemies, but that's about it. Yeah, I love FF7, but it's all over the place in retrospective. One of my other childhood games. Yeah, I'm watching my a good old friend of mine play through some of the classics for the first time. Over the past year, I've been calling him my non-gamer friend, but ever since we gone through Dark Souls, we should now be calling him. I'm gonna call him my new gamer friend. He's going through FF7 for the first time, and boy oh boy is the first act wonky. I had a very hard time connecting with the characters. I felt a little patronized. I felt that pain, I think, where that a lot of 30-something gamers are going to feel, where they are very harshly reminded that this was a almost a toy made for almost children. Cloud acts like an older adolescent, a young teenager. He acts like the story acts like 5-year gaps, 15-year gaps are huge, lifetime-defining passages of time. Aerith has to go home to her mother at the end of bedtime. There's a very weirdly unacknowledged childishness to the mood and everything. But boy, oh boy, 2 days later did I shed the single manly tear at Red 13 scene at Cosmo Canyon. And anyone who's played through that game, I'm sure knows the scenes I'm talking about. But I absolutely went on this emotional roller coaster from raising eyebrows and cringing and not getting it to having one day of being very beautifully engaged with the intense pathos this narrative design was able to evoke, and then all of a sudden the next day it's borderline storyless, grinding through a cave. He was progressing the main quest, but nothing was happening for hours at a time compared to the previous game. Big Boss's whole thing with MSF is just that, exploiting a the thought terminating cliche that an appeal to moral ambiguity can oftentimes become. He does appeal to moral ambiguity, and making an appeal to moral ambiguity later on in the series is what I was mentioning. So yeah, Big Boss's whole thing with MSF is just that. Yeah, I've always had a very hard time sympathizing with Big Boss in the prequel games. Whatever propaganda it seems like other players got hit with in those games definitely did not hit me. I was rolling my eyes at how sympathetic we're apparently supposed to feel at how he has to shoot his own men who get infected with the zombie virus that he that he stole from a more competent authority that is more well equipped to be able to handle hazardous, highly infectious biological material. I had a hard time feeling the tingles when the Outer Heaven national anthem plays while you're shooting your zombified soldiers, because of how fake the nationalism that anthem is supposed to evoke feels. I had a hard time empathizing with characters who are doing pretty heinous things when the story is not giving them alternatives. If the mechanics of the game are giving you alternatives, it becomes easier. It becomes a lot easier to sympathize, which even gives those Metal Gear games still a big advantage over their contemporaries. I have caught up with chat, have I? There's the G word, my friend that got good. Got to that point in Rebirth. The Here's to You was more appropriate for the original MGS4 ending. I know it's not an original statement, but every prequel after Snake Eater just makes Snake Eater feel less impactful. Sounds like you aren't a true patriot. Yes, I'm not a true patriot. So let's get back to being a true gamer instead, who gets a cathartic sense of accomplishment and purpose out of accomplishing arbitrarily difficult challenges. You know what's also some very smart, subtle game design is how big the hitboxes are in Ghost Babel. I'm just now realizing it. It makes it easier. You probably never even noticed you were doing it. It makes it easier for your mind's eye to instead visualize an action hero very quickly and very accurately, very unrealistically, that is. Exaggerated heroics like in the Iliad in ancient mythology, right? When you see a John Wick, Neo from the Matrix type character shoot the bad guys with such ridiculous accuracy, no human being in real life could match that. Big hitboxes in old retro video games make it easier for the mind's eye to picture that exaggerated heroic demonstration. When I was growing up in early 3D action games were having such a hard time figuring out how to put action on the screen in a way that looks and makes sense with what you're doing with your fingers. I think this is something that was being worked out. There were auto-aim systems in games like, let's say, Metroid Prime, where the power fantasy being depicted is one where you're playing an explorer, not a fighter, right? So this character who's supposed to be like naturally good at one-on-one combat, if we're using the old romantic tropes that had developed over centuries of novels and movies and then radio audio dramas and now video games, then TV shows, then video games. The romantic explorer is a swashbuckling fencer and crack shot who might not be skilled at managing lots of people all fighting in once, but is presumed to have some high degree of skill at fighting one person at a time. And so these games have lock-on systems where you just hold down a button and your character kind of automatically does a great job of shooting one enemy at a time. And the auto-aim system gradually phased its way out to an aim assist system in the Uncharted games, where you play an explorer, not a fighter, but the game doesn't really have you doing, or at least it emphasizes the shooting of a romanticized, unrealistic explorer over the exploring itself. And I think that this transition and some sort of mass marketable ideal that the boy, oh boy, yeah, this could be just as much the result of advertising and investors, yeah, as much as it is marketing preferences. So it might be a dangerously neoclassically economically conventional way of looking at what happened. But at some point, the ideal video game explorer was Les Samus and Lara Croft, and and now Nathan Drake, where you do more shooting than maybe Lara Croft and Samus, who did do their fare of shooting, do. But Nathan Drake is infamous for kind of taking it to another level that's a little dissonant with that classical romantic fantasy of the trope and the cliche of that character. I want more game critics to start actually asking about why these cliches exist, why they are effective cliches, and what sort of questions the player's consciousness is going to be asking when struggling with the controls and visibility of a mechanical depiction of these classical fantasies. Woo! I listened to 20 hours of Northrop Frye to get into a state, whatever sort of mind state I needed to be in to explain it that way, but here we go. Unlike 6 months ago, I think I now have a pretty clear and hopefully inoffensive way of explaining my disillusionment with video games that doesn't quite sound so unapproachably malicious as it might have earlier. Because there's still clearly a lot of genuine enjoyment happening when I'm playing Metal Gear Solid, absolutely. There's so many redeeming solutions to sticky problems going on in Metal Gear Solid that I can't help but fall in love with it all over again. One of which is this weird little metagame I've come up with right here on these streams of playing these two side by side. I was mentioning in an earlier stream about how surprisingly playable it can get. Sometimes it can feel like a puzzle game where there is an actually pretty close connection between a predictable mechanical interaction between the two games. A proof of concept for some multiverse action sequence kind of game is happening here, where there's enough similarity between the two universes for my brain, my conscious thought process to actually work out a solution that crosses the gap between the two universes in clever ways. Yes, and how is that for a classical literature history, art history metaphor, history of psychology metaphor? I feel when I am playing these two games at the same time as if I am some kind of god exhibiting some kind of omnipotency that modern minds seem fascinated with, where we're able to wrap our minds around two whole different universes interacting with each other, not only existing at once, but interacting with each other at once. Multiverse stories are very popular right now, so what is that saying about the current statement of science and art and culture, the greater rest of society as a whole? And how I might have stumbled upon a fascinating new way to explore that kind of story and that kind of fantasy, that new way of thinking of omnipotency and abstract entities by stumbling across this surprisingly playable metagame here. Look at this. Between both games, the targets are disappearing and reappearing on timed intervals. We got one more to the left, visible on both games. I got a pilot snake to the lower left corner, and be real careful with my ammo. Okay, once again, GBC Snake has a greater problem of ammo conservation than PS1 Snake. I'm not paying attention enough to GB Snake's ammo conservation. It almost feels like a real-time strategy game in a way. You gotta keep switching between different perspectives that can sometimes get neglected, because very occasionally they might be uneventful, you know? The guarding the front of a war. Here we go, working our way through some literature history analysis. After World War I, war got depicted much more negatively. In All Quiet on the Western Front, we have a very famous novel that defined attitudes of the 20th century towards war as a boring, mundane affair that can be very quiet and seemingly uneventful up until all of a sudden you just get shot in the head by a sniper. No idea what was going on, but enemies were sneaking into sniper range all along. You never knew. It was all quiet on your front until the neglect came into action. Strategy games, real-time strategy games, are about making sure you're constantly taking peeks at the edges of your front. If you neglect a certain front, you will be punished. And oftentimes it can be easy to start subconsciously neglecting a front after a few minutes of that front seeming quiet and uneventful. And I've always had a hard time playing real-time strategy games because of how much multitasking is required. At high speeds compared to turn-based strategy games. In turn-based strategy games, you don't have to quite multi-manage different fronts. One front, which might look neglectfully, deceitfully quiet compared to the others. So, flanking an enemy in a real-time strategy game reflects some of the anxieties about the modern warfare technology that has redefined depictions of warfare from the 1910s onwards. Is the front of a modern warfare is a metaphor for laundry? Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, here we go. Oh, look, we got a few big long blocks of paragraph. Before we get into the time attack mode, which is really going to stress how well I can multitask between these two screens and try not to neglect one of them for looking deceitfully more uneventful. Right? That was a similar problem, and somehow the associations going on in my modern mind made a connection there. I was running out of ammo in the GBC universe. I wasn't really paying attention to my ammo count. I was neglecting a pretty core important part of that part of the mechanics I'm having to engage with. It deceived me into thinking there was nothing going on. But yeah, in real-time strategy games, there is a fast-paced, constant need to be hotkeying certain parts of the map to hotkeys, and constantly pressing those hotkeys and glancing at what could be a deceitfully quiet front, because within an instant, there could be a whole Zerg rush coming in out of the fog of war that your opponent had been planning for 10 minutes to get ready for that you had no idea about. And in old turn-based strategy games, there's not quite the same amount of time pressure for having to deal with that kind of problem, and I'm wondering what stretchier metaphors we could be connecting together to explain the psychological differences going on in the player's head between those two different experiences, because I, as a gamer and my gaming history, have always typically been drawn to the turn-based over the real-time, and now as an adult, though, as a 30-something, I especially can't keep up with the time pressure of real-time strategy over turn-based strategy. I'll be right back. Since doing a lot of reading and thinking on metaphor, I have now gained a newfound respect for Resident Evil games, survival horror games, Metal Gear Solid games, stealth games, and strategy games for at least giving you a mechanical depiction of a more non-violent ideal way of solving problems. One thing, very interesting, let me say this before I go to the bathroom. I've been playing Advance Wars. I'm starting to fall in love with strategy games. I've been playing a lot of Advance Wars, and it's a very weird E-rated depiction of what a modern war would look like, and all the horror associated within. There's a hard, tough level deep into the later stages of Advance Wars' War Room extra levels, where there was no way I could win the match without sending hordes upon hordes of infantry, cheap, poor fucking infantry, into artillery range to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, and it felt bad. There was... I tried replaying that one over and over again, which almost even made the guilt feel worse, there was no way I could win that match unless it was in one of the most grisly, brutal, horrible ways possible. And I felt bad. I felt really bad for winning a video game. And then the graphics and aesthetics of the game are like, yay, you won. It's Advanced Wars. It doesn't matter. Um, I wanna I wanna do something with that. I wanna do something with that ludonarrative dissonance I was feeling. I think I'm going down through a ludonarrative dissonance phase right now, and might actually be talking about ludonarrative dissonance more on the channel as I return to these video essays. But boy, oh boy, do I got to make sure not to use that word, because apparently the kids don't like that word anymore, even though it's still a real thing that happens. I'll be right back after peeing. While I was in the bathroom peeing, I did some thinking. A thousand words bursting off in the instant of a minute. What a miracle. I think a better way to re-explain this would be that we game critics have been assuming for the longest time, maybe 10, 15 years, maybe someone should come up with a history of ludonarrative dissonance and how critics have been interpreting it over the past let's say 3 decades of game criticism. Should the question we're asking not be why do I feel this dissonance, or no, should we, the idealism that we're striving for? It seems like game critics, the default assumption is that we should work to clear away ludonarrative dissonance. I'm starting to wonder if there's almost an intentional, if there's a sort of idealism of actually taking advantage of ludonarrative dissonance they've been doing all along that we didn't know. Because I was just talking about how I felt bad for winning a tough round of Advance Wars. And feeling bad for winning a video game is something that happens a lot in the more artistically artsy circles of what is it, Brenda Brathwaite's train game. Yeah, it happens in art galleries and in indie games a lot. It happens in commercial games subtly. And this is a case where I'm wondering if that happened. I'm wondering if Advance Wars, being a Japanese strategy game, is subtly diving into the occasional yearning for pacifism that a lot of Japanese media intended for international audience, like Metal Gear Solid, gets into. They're known for being preachy, right? Princess Mononoke gets blasted for being preachy and trying to preach a nonviolent anti-war message in a heroic war story, in just the same way that Metal Gear Solid gets blasted for being preachy in a similar way. I'm wondering if Advance Wars is only subconsciously preachy, if Advance Wars characters never ever break character about the strangely upbeat attitude they have, because the writers at Nintendo's development studio had a big poster on the wall the whole time that said, don't let these guys break character, in order to get the player, who one would assume would be a child, during an impressionable year learning formative moral messages they'll carry for a good long while, unless great cataclysmic episodes happen later. If it was a deliberate attempt at using ludonarrative dissonance to make the child playing rethink their an heroic violent ideal. Um, it's This is something that happened later on in Advance Wars when you're used to it, when you're desensitized to the character's desensitization of their cute little advanced wars. And the only way to beat this level, you're up against an enemy whose specialty is artillery, and they have unfair advantages of that artillery. You're not allowed to bomb the artillery with air. You have no air support. The only way, the only way, after hours of retrying and trying to think of a better way, the only way I was able to get through was by overwhelming it with numbers and the amount of death being depicted, and how many times I tried more non-lethal solutions that didn't work, that seem implied as a possibility from the system, even though they didn't work, was a pretty powerful message that the medium was hitting me. And then the fact that it conflicted so harshly against how the COs regard war with hit me in a weird way. It was so effectively hitting me that I wonder. I do wonder. I got to wonder. A lot of us have always been wondering if Advance Wars was self-aware more than we give it credit for all along. Sounds like Helldivers. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Satirical. I wonder if the satire of Advance Wars has been more subtle than we have been giving it credit for. And the reason why let me adjust the camera here so I'm no longer in the shadow realm. And that the reason why is because the subtlety is just so thick that no one noticed, because you got to get to the end of the game in some of the most difficult levels at the bottom of a list of optional challenges before you start feeling such intense ludonarrative dissonance that it almost feels like it had to have been deliberate. So maybe I should also... Oh, wait, no, I am, actually. I haven't written the paragraphs about this stuff, but I'm much better equipped to now. But I have been working on a video about strategy games and the sticky implications of all the metaphors going on in the art there, and their shared history with real-life military simulation, where war games have been developed by real-life military officers who feel very complicated, who feel all sorts of diverse, complicated thoughts about the morality of depicting, of really deconstructing, degrading, defacing the consequences of war into predictable systemic interactions, and how that intersects with the Iliad depicting war is being up to the whims of unpredictable gods who hate us. Yeah, man. Bunny Hop's back. I'm there are powerful gods at work these days. I am feeling a degree of inspiration that has taken me quite a while to get back, but it is back. How do I sync these two boys up? Down and up. There we go. Helldivers is a lot more tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, Helldivers is a lot more tongue-in-cheek. Advance Wars is so committed to the beat that it's almost like fooling you with deadpan. It is a bait and switch that is more thickly, that has had more thick armor on top of it than Metal Gear Solid 2 has, because it has successfully fooled people going on over 20 years. Not a lot of other people have provided this explanation, I think, for the cognitive dissonance going on in that game. Alright. Time attack. Let's go. I'm under 15 seconds of time pressure on PS1. Dun 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 dun. 15 seconds on both. Okay. Oh, this one's easy. This is just walking in a straight line. I might as well use this as an opportunity to sync the two universes up. Ah, we're gonna be off by something like 2.x seconds. Oh, no, we're actually not that far off. Time attack mode is not very friendly of a demand to this metagame of playing the two at the same time, because sitting around and waiting for some downtime for the two universes to sync up is a core ability to navigating the problems here. 25 seconds. It's the same on both realities, okay. This may be useful terminology. Realities. Both realities. Oh no, ammo is something I have to worry about now. Damn. Moral of the story is that war crimes are awesome as long as you don't use the W word. Well, what do they call it? The game's called Advance Wars. However, in the game, I do recall the original war crime that you manage a large-scale military response to is called an invasion. I'm trying to wonder if there is an apprehension in the actual game script for using the word war. I did absolutely notice very clear, obvious apprehension in the game script for using the word kill or die or death. Whenever the stakes get to a point where one of your child COs you hear the word child soldier, and apparently that's depicted in games as a tragedy that Metal Gear Solid takes a good long while to slowly boil its way up to exploring. You hear the word child CO, and it's a fantasy that Nintendo, the toy maker, had a blast exploring for 3 games in the GBA era, GBA DS era. So maybe it was defending Imperial Japan. Oh boy, not all game devs are cool dudes. Oh boy. Oops. You think Fire Emblem does this well because of the permadeath? Maybe. I don't know how confidently I want to be claiming intentional manipulations of the subconscious going on with Fire Emblem, but I haven't recently replayed Fire Emblems. I did recently, that's not true. I did recently replay American Fire Emblem 1, which I think is actually like Final Fantasy, either Final Fantasy. I think it's either Fire Emblem 3 or 6, similar problem. But in America, it was Fire Emblem 1. I got kind of bored in the first 20 minutes and didn't get hooked, didn't give it a fair shot. A few years ago, though, I played Fire Emblem Echoes, Shadows of Valentia on the 3DS, and that one was fantastic. That one was recommended me by a friend who is a Fire Emblem fan and made sure I didn't start with any of the stinkers. He made sure I started with the good one for some good first impressions, which actually isn't true. When I was a kid, I played American Fire Emblem 1, and I recall enjoying it. I didn't enjoy it as an adult, did enjoy it as a kid. I did play Shadows of Valentia as an adult, thought it was great as an adult. One of the best games I've ever played, actually. Maybe not enough people have talked about how there's a amusingly Napoleonic main quest going on in Fire Emblem Fates, Fire Emblem Echoes, Shadows of Valentia. Your characters are fighting to overthrow the aristocratic monarchy of the medievalist fantasy world so that they can install a government that supports more humanist liberal ideals of the modern world. They talk about how they'd so much rather live under a merocratic system than a hereditary monarchical system. And they're doing this in full heavy suits of armor that would have taken a whole village of slave-like serfs to build. It's funny. Anyways, Fire Emblem is just chest with some Jerry Springer, "You're the father" anime shit thrown in. I love it. Yeah, no, that might not be so offensive, though, because you could still teach a good, ethically, modernly moral lesson that is very compatible and inspiring by modern moral standards about how that actually is how the rich people did view war. Yeah, maybe Fire Emblem's writers are actually interested in in the reality of how large-scale military campaigns immediately, cataclysmically result in abstract changes in thought of the softer sciences. Um, Fire Emblem is just chess with some Jerry Springer, "You're the father" anime shit thrown in. One thing you might notice in the Iliad is that the Iliad almost depicts war like that. The Trojan War is a marriage dispute between a embittered husband whose wife cheats on him and the awful egotistical pickup artist who seduces his wife. And instead of working it out between the two, one on one, like men taking care of their responsibility, they act like children, getting their parents involved, getting the gods involved, getting their entire families and friends and all their cities involved in the problem instead. And this is, I gotta fix the black and white going on my camera. And look at this, I'm narratizing more than I'm playing, but this is a inspiring angle that kind of shows how Homer had, despite being so immersed in what such a brutal, more militant, more acceptable towards arbitrary violence his times were, how much more violent and brutal and patriarchal they were, and how casually unthinking they were about this, how there's still a heart of gold going on there that is so compatible and inspiring with modern morality. Yes, Advance Wars could be unintentionally teaching the kids a lesson about how in the historical era before, let's say, World War I, war was treated as chess between rich people who had some, "oh my god, you're the father" drama shit going on behind succession. Most wars up until the modern time were over succession conflicts, which is absolutely positively dramatic, poetic, literature influenced, entertainment influenced drama carrying over into disastrous, horrific, real life consequences that absolutely positively must be kept in the past. That is an important lesson to teach the kids that maybe Fire Emblem and Advance Wars, which are both made by the same developer, might be trying to be very subtle and psychologically thick about teaching the audience. One thing I've noticed as a creator myself is that there are some spoilers that occasionally will bury into our work that we'll never want to publicly acknowledge. You know, yeah, think back on my Metal Gear Solid 2 critical close-up. I'm not too 100%. Let's see. There's stuff going on there I've never publicly acknowledged, but have privately, because I would so much rather people stumble across it experientially than through guidance of the original author. I would imagine that if this was the case, a subtle message in the medium that got sanded over by marketing. Similar conversation came up on Twitter about how Dark Souls may have been about the co-op mode all along, and instead people are focusing on the difficulty when you were supposed to. Yeah, it does seem on a pretty convincing way, based on some convincing interview quotes, that you are supposed to be using things like summons and cooperative partners in Dark Souls, because of a message that the developer wanted to intend, and he's been quiet about that message. Marketing may have distorted it. Evidently, a lot of players still absolutely got it and are having the time of their lives with his game anyway, and they may have interpreted it differently than he says, but it does make sense that a lot of creators out there, a lot of artists, would not want to be very blatant about some of the more subtle messages they're trying to teach players. So, intelligent systems being deliberately aware of ludonarrative dissonance, but maybe not necessarily thinking of it in those terms, seems like something I have an easier time believing after getting into the absolute high difficulty, extra level depths of Advance Wars, and how hard the ludonarrative dissonance hits you when you hit those challenges where there is no easy strategy to win the match with. You have to get a horrific amount of your men killed to be able to overcome an enemy who is holding a lot more ground with a lot less of their men. Just like, yeah, having to confront a reality of warfare which is doing the worst kind of math the human mind is possible, it could imaginably have to do, where they have to value whose life is more valuable than others based on what sort of equipment is being deployed where on the battlefield is a very important lesson for modern morality that strategy games can teach the kids that maybe they don't want to spill the beans on, maybe they don't want to say the quiet part out loud. As a species, we've just always loved soap opera bullshit. Gotta love it. Dark Souls, the first Strand game. Yeah, Dark Souls. Death Stranding is like Dark Souls. Look at that. We have used a metaphor to make an association to spot a pattern going on in the art to make some kind of judgment and hunch about having a longer term perspective of art history than a current one in the moment. I feel like I have had my mind open to so many different new ways to do game criticism that have been right in front of us all along just because gamers don't read. Game critics really totally need to take a break every once in a while, a tolerance break. Maybe spend a few months, maybe a year reading books and then come back to it with some fresh insight, because this is such a great feeling. So many great conversations have been hitting me over the past 3-4 weeks since I've been doing this. Once again, I'll say it before, I'll say it again. Northrop Frye, Northrop Frye, Northrop Frye. Read Northrop Frye. If you like the conversations we're having on these streams, read Northrop Frye. He's like Joseph Campbell, but actually smart. Joseph Campbell's making the observations. He's saying the what. Northrop Frye gives some satisfying potential answers to the why. Some good potential answers to creepy, ultimately unanswerable questions about psychology that a interest in comparative mythology and storytelling analysis will help expand you into a far better place, a far better vocabulary for talking about it with. Northrop Frye? No, it is Northrop Frye. Northrop. There could be an E at the end, not quite sure. Frye. So he's a Fry in the sense, in the metaphorical sense that the Futurama Fry is a Fry. See, you can't unthink this stuff. Once you learn about just how useful of a tool metaphor is for your brain, and how storytelling is basically your brain thinking in metaphors to the logical extreme that kind of activity can go to, you can't stop unthinking about it. It's like you can't unlearn the stuff you will learn with good old Northrop Frye. Recommended lecture is called The Educated Imagination. Number 2 on the list would be the Bible in English Literature. I'm a little more wishy-washy about that. I still got to read a proper book. A book might be better than that lecture series. It's still good, not as good as The Educated Imagination, but in the Bible and English Literature, he basically bombards your brain with about 12 hours of metaphorical explanations behind Bible stories that absolutely sound more compatible than literalism, which turns out to be a modern phenomenon. He'll basically have you convinced that ancient audiences were meant to interpret religion through metaphors instead of literal truths. And it's a hard time unbelieving that after you're done with that series. And then with The Educated Imagination, you got 6 hours of Northrop Frye telling you that the voice in your head, through the language it has learned, that it's the native language you primarily do most of your thinking and speaking with, is going to be doing most of your learning and discovering with via linguistic tools of metaphor or simile. Simile counts too, but metaphor is the word that the scholars like. And so reading a story is that thought process taken to a logical extreme, because you are almost subconsciously grinding the narrators into a more subtle subconscious level of your thought process, where when you're playing a game, you're thinking through solving problems in a very immediate sense where there's time pressure or big consequences for failing as pressure. And The voice in your head thinking the spoken language isn't going to be thinking through the problems the same way a more abstract version of thinking that is still going on in there is thinking. So did we make it to the end of Time Attack? Mission failed, try again or exit. No, we did not. This is a mission failed, not mission success. My train of thought. What a useful metaphor, a train on a rail. My train of thought got derailed for a second there. I completely forgot that I failed the mission instead of succeeding the mission. Let's get back into it. Games can force a more immersive state than some other mediums can through, like, requiring this engagement with interactive elements or else the story doesn't progress. So a very cheesy, what I would roll my eyes at 10 years ago, a very cheesy plot twist midway through a game that will end up triggering a powerful sense of pathos that could get players crying, but would absolutely come off as cheesy bad writing in another medium, can totally come off as a very, very effective, valid, working tearjerker in video games because of those interactive elements. And that has always been the answer to that question, that it is the interactivity of games that makes their cheesy stories hit you harder. But I think now we're about to have some new ways of better explaining that answer in a way that the naysayers are going to have a harder time counter-arguing against. And this is intersecting it with some pretty entry-level basic psychology. Figuring out what associations the player's brain is doing when they're thinking through the problems the game's giving them, and then figuring out what kind of metaphors the player's consciousness is doing, or thinking with, when trying to solve the problems of the game. I wonder if I would have been able to play this as easily as I can now if multiverse stories were not as popular in the movies right now, as an example. Being able to wrap my head around two different realities that are pretty similar but have a fundamentally different axis of action. Same game design, similar game design, similar level design, but one of them doesn't have a Z-axis. I wonder if I would have had a harder time wrapping my head around that if I hadn't consumed a few multiverse stories by now. Yeah, let's do an experiment. Parents in the audience, if you have a kid, maybe try giving this a shot. See if you can get your kid to play Metal Gear Solid VR missions side by side with Ghost Babel. Maybe they'll find it impressive and give it a shot. Maybe there's some way you can set up in a purely ethically way an experiment here and see if a child working just off first impressions would be able to do this before let's say Bayonetta 3, before consuming a Bayonetta 3, which, oh man, then you'd be working with teenagers who are going to want to fight about it. Yeah, like, or Spider-Verse, do you have to consume a multiverse story first in order to be able to more smoothly climb the learning curve of simultaneously playing a 2D and 3D game that are depicting the same level design and game design? Similar level design and game design. Oh boy. Man, if I ever write these words and publish, you wouldn't believe the amount of how big of a pain in the ass it can be to just get one word wrong sometime when you have the best of intentions. Bum 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 bum. So if two children are in a room playing Metal Gear Solid VR missions next to Metal Gear Solid's Ghost Babel's VR missions side by side on one controller at the same time like I'm doing now, and one of those kids has seen one of the Spider-Verse movies where they make the multiversal thought experiments pretty accessible and understandable for a child audience. Which one of those two groups? Yeah, right, if we're doing an experiment, we have to do this with several subjects. Which one of those two groups of children will have an easier time learning how to play two games at the same time like this versus the other one? Oh man, it would be... what a useful... what a useful use of precious college funding resources that would be. Someone do it. Whoever's in the audience who, I don't know, is either a parent who knows a lot of other parents, or in charge of some research department in some university, like, please inform me how bad of an idea that is that I just came up with. Does chat have anything to say about this? Sorry I missed the begging of all this. How are you controlling both games at the same time? I'm using the old PC port from like 2000. I almost said in the 90s, but it's the very beginning of the 2000s. I'm using the PC port from the 2000s on the left. Wait, it's for the left for you guys too, right? Yeah. PC port on the left with mods that allow you to play it in a window on a modern operating system. And on the right is Visual Boy Advance running. I got an emulator on the right, a PC port on the left, and I'm playing both on the same like 20-year-old Xbox controller. And it's plug and play. It works right off the bat. The hardest part is syncing up the menus, less than the gameplay. It's easier to sync your two snakes up than it is to sync up your two menu cursors. Look at this. I'm now actually... Hold up! Okay, new method that'll make this easier is counting the bullet shots in my head, like you always are supposed to do in games where you have to worry about ammo conservation. In Metal Gear Solid, you usually don't. You have a quick reload, but I can't do that with such complicated controls, and they're unintuitive. 30 shots! So I have to count. Every time I press the shoot button, I'm gonna count. And that'll help me keep track of both realities using my one brain in a useful way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6... Look at this. The solution to the problem is not about repetitive grinding and muscle memory. It's about rethinking a pretty basic problem in a new way. Physiologically with my body, instead of just plain old fingers and muscle memory of fingers with eyeballs. I'm using my ears. I'm counting. 8, 9, 10... And it's actually resulting in better runs. Look at this. We need such a better awareness of psychology in conversations about game design and game criticism. I'm still failing, but I'm doing way better. I absolutely have a better mastery of the GB game now that I have that number 30 in my head and that I am counting it with my mouth. Because the mind, the short-term memory of the mind, is having a harder time memorizing numbers silently than the like reflexive muscle control reflexes going on with the mouth. This is the big difference that you get when reading poetry silently with your eyeballs versus your mouth. When you read poetry with your mouth, you're to some extent breathing in sync with the artist and the characters. You are not breathing in sync when you read it with your eyeballs silently. Your mouth is not also having a similar struggle to make the words and the sound effects with the words. So, engaging different parts of the human body can help a story tell different messages, powerful different messages, about different parts of the human experience. Let's keep thinking about this as I make new video essays that try to tackle old video game criticism problems in this exciting new way I have stumbled across. Damn, out of ammo on the right. Ammo is a problem in both realities, less so on the left, but I'm gonna have to stop thinking about thinking for at least 2 goddamn minutes and think about synchronizing up the assault of visual data in my left and right peripheral vision. Look at that, synced it up. I utilized that small flash of downtime in the beginning to get him going in the same directions at the same time in both realities. Oh, one more. Come on, come on. Come on, yeah! And it's fun. It is fun. There is good payoff for the difficulty. Proof of concept for an actual game is happening right here. This is great. We got a smiley face again. I have to pay more attention to the Game Boy than the PlayStation for this, because that's the one where I have to make every shot count. So this is also another interesting psychological phenomenon happening. Maybe I'm biased. My modern preferences have my eyeballs just drawn to the 3D more than the 2D, but I really should be using my eyes to focus on the 3D. One thing I've always felt is relevant to focus on in my reviews and my criticism is players' eye movement. I never really noticed I was doing this until I read some essays on film theory by Sergei Eisenstein, where he talks about how he was measuring audience eye movements and test audiences when watching movies to develop modern montage editing film techniques. He looked very closely at what parts of the screen the player's eyes were focusing on. And I have always talked about how good it can feel to be processing the whole entire screen of visual information rather than just the little Pac-Man radar in the corner. And here I'm processing two whole entire screens of visual information. Something is pulling me towards the screen on the left instead of the screen on the right, and solving the problems I'm having is going to involve a subtle difference in temptation and psychology, more so than muscle memory and reflex. Ah, empty. What do we got? 20 seconds? Okay, I'll retry a little faster. Da-da-da. And it also helps that the music is so good, too. It does not help that the menus between the two games are so different that time is being wasted in a way that feels so non-teleological and impossible to strategize in a clever way like that. So if you are watching this and thinking about making a game that is going to tell a multiverse story in a fun new way that can be unique only to games because of the interactive element, keep that in mind. Syncing up two different depictions of material reality is a lot easier to wrap your head around than syncing up two different menus. Syncing up something as abstract and inhuman as a menu is a lot harder than syncing up my two characters running around their two little rooms. Damn, this one's tough. I wonder if this one's really doable. Time pressure and ammo pressure both combining into quite a difficult mistress with this one. I also don't know if you've noticed, but since the past 3 weeks since I've been doing this, my my speaking has gotten far more poetic and vivid, I think, as well. There we go, we got a bit of synchronicity on that last target. Shots on GBA. Hey, I can just use auto-aim with time to conserve ammo. I just learned a new trick that's not necessarily gonna require fast reflexes or too complicated of an input. If I hold down the shoot button, PlayStation Snake does something subtle that Game Boy Snake doesn't. He shoots and then holds target. So I just realized something about the lock-on system in this game I never really noticed before, and that is that I can use time to aim at a moving target rather than wiggling the stick around and actually trying to match my analog stick movements up with the enemy's movement on the screen. There's some auto-aim that is more like time activated than it is directional stick activated, so I can sacrifice a few milliseconds, a few frames of time. Oh, yeah, think of that, too. I don't know if, it would have been... It's absolutely not as common, I think, and when hearing how they thought, for previous generations to have ever been able to conceivably break down time into units so small as a frame, as your average gamer is able to do. So yeah, it's such an infinitesimally small unit of time, but I can actually, with the beautiful power of the human mind, be able to comprehend how I'm sacrificing a few frames of time to save a few bullets of ammo in the Game Boy game by holding a fire button down in the PlayStation game. That's a very unique problem that no other generations of creatures have had to think through up until here, you know? This is why games are art. This is the answer. This is the answer to that question. Art provides the human imagination with new metaphors that expand it to think through new problems in new ways. So the confluence of new technology is able to interface with old problems to very casually introduce a new way of thinking on a large, massive scale. The chances are some scientists working in some specialties, or some professionals working in some professional specialties were comfortable with breaking time up into 1/60th of a second in earlier generations, but now millions of gamers very casually do it for fun. And maybe that'll come in handy for thinking through some problems they'll encounter throughout their lives that they'll be able to handle better than previous generations would have. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. I think one thing that might be a confident claim now that we've had 40 years of collective retrospect about gaming's after effects is that maybe compared to the boomers, the generation of kids that grew up with playing video games in their formative years, maybe we are better at thinking through tough problems really fast. We might not be coming to the best decision really fast, but I think I think that the time pressure of, you know, breaking time down to the frame of gaming. Movie editors, for example, absolutely would have had an easier time thinking of time in units of frames, but now the audience is doing it. The audience was only subconsciously processing imagery one frame at a time with movies, but with games, the audience is consciously processing time one frame at a time. There is beautiful humanity being explored there, because what other animal can you strap to the kind of machine that'll be requiring foresight and a vision for the future to be happening on a scale of frames? A complicated plan for the future, a complicated internal dialogue, a complicated decision to be made in such a small instant of time that you can measure it by the frames. In Dark Souls, choosing to press the parry button or keep holding down the block button is one of those decisions that can have a long, complicated conversation happening in just a few frames. In your head, the gray-eyed goddess Athena is pulling you back by your hair and whispering all sorts of bad fates she could spin for you if you press that wrong button in an instant. It's so yeah, thinking of thinking in terms of metaphor is a wonderful new way of employing descriptions of video game problems to make wonderful new video game criticism that will hopefully inspire wonderful new ideas for video games. If we end up seeing, if 1 to 1.5 years from now we end up seeing some intrepid creative indie game developer out there make a multiverse story where you play a game that's split up into two realities down the middle of the screen, and you interface it with two different ways, with the most critical of your moves being moves that are impossible in the third dimension and impossible in the second, the 2D dimensions. If we end up seeing a game that plays with that idea in the future, that metaphor, the metaphor to come up with that stuff and start thinking that those problems might not have been possible unless the criticism had come first. I'm gonna check chat before I go back to the game, because the gaming requires such a strong connection. This kind of gaming requires such a strong connection to your train of thought that that we're only able to tackle one mental load of these problems at a time. I'm gonna load up the dump truck of my brain with some Twitch chat responses for the next couple minutes. Oh yeah, here we go. Someone mentioned Into the Breach. Getting into strategy games in the past 2 years has totally reminded me of what brilliant aha moments Into the Breach will trigger into, because of how fun it is to make accurate predictions for the future in a strategy game, and how on the larger scale of art history, storytellers have always been so interested in characters that can tell the future, and how the confluence between art history and religious history did mean that for a very long period in real life history, real life fortune tellers were a very serious big business. I'll die on that hill. It is hard to go to the ruins of Delphi and see how big and complicated the facilities were with your own eyeballs, and not come out of it thinking that some equivalent to millions or billions of dollars worth of ancient currency were being spent on that kind of metaphorical insight. All right, so apparently when I explained how to spell Northrop Frye, the first response is, "Oh wow, he's got great hair. I'll give him that." Yeah, he even looks like a sort of iconic symbolic archetypical character of a crazy literature professor. He wears sweaters and tweeds, and he has Einstein hair. It's like frizzing out in the extremes of both directions at once. The way he talks is also real fun. It has a very, very irresistible cadence to it. After you listen to him for a few hours, you might notice that listening to him for 20 hours has my spongy brain might have absorbed a bit of that speech pattern going on there and came out here. I think that's why Yakuza is effective. Yeah, I gotta get into this. Apparently the Yakuza games is something that is very, very highly regarded for having some effective storytelling, and not because it's a tearjerker like Western prestige gaming, but because it is a not because the cutscenes are tiered. Well, let's see. How do we explain this critical difference so that we can work past it and work to a better future, of how there is sort of a lot of people feeling frustrations with a presumed, I'm willing to rethink it, difference between the way Western prestige gaming handles emotionally negative scenes of tear jerking versus Eastern prestige gaming, and really let's just say Japanese prestige gaming. Metal Gear Solid, Yakuza, Persona, Final Fantasy can trigger some very emotionally intense pathos in their audience and get people crying. Yakuza is part of that canon, isn't it? And then on the Western side of things, you have The Last of Us, artsy walking simulators, infamous case, Gone Home totally got me. Didn't get a lot of other gamers, but that one got me hard. Um, and yeah, there's a certain extra dosage of value that I think the system adds. That's a little more intense in the game design math on the Japanese side of things. On a more subconscious level, on a philosophical level of things that we can probably assume is a more universal language than otherwise, as we should. So yeah, Metal Gear Solid can do tear jerking very effectively, I feel, because a large percentage of the pathos pie comes from the player being subconsciously reminded they could have done less killing all along. The final boss of Metal Gear says that you enjoy the killing, and he guilt trips for you, and it works better than maybe Spec Ops: The Lines' guilt trip works on me, because I played that one first and had my standards and my biases set there instead of by Spec Ops: The Line. So when the villain of Metal Gear Solid says, "You enjoy the killing," a player might get hit with a pang of pathos because there was an alternative all along that they could have done to maybe subconsciously prove they don't enjoy the killing, and in fact they enjoy non-lethally sneaking through instead. In Spec Ops: The Line, you don't have that choice. In Prestige gaming, there oftentimes are less options for non-lethal combat options. Maybe Deus Ex and System Shock had it right all along, in a way to do it in a more Western style than Last of Us and Telltale have it. In Final Fantasy, you can have some very awkwardly written scenes, awkwardly designed scenes of much less interactive narrative designs, where after a kind of long period of introspective quiet time, similar to going up and down the towers in Metal Gear Solid, you grind through tough enemies in a cave with a high percentage random encounter rate. There is a degree of bullshit you gotta put up with in games that developers are sometimes consciously aware of, that will make a story twist hit harder. And after going through some bullshit in Final Fantasy games, a classic, absolutely, positively classic scene of hard-hitting pathos will happen, where you will engage a classic story, a Shakespearean situation where a morally conflicted young son of nobility has gone through life feeling shame towards his father, only to find out midway through life, late towards life, when he's past the point of no return and has done things he can't go back and undo out of that sense of shame, he finds out instead that his father has been protecting him all along and is proud of him. And I can barely even say it without choking up a bit. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible, and makes me almost want to go back in time a bit and resaid some things I said about FF7 on a podcast a year ago. But that comes after some some very borderline amateurish writing, where the emotional weight of the things the characters are going through is not treated with the same delicacy and depth of humanity that Red 13's story goes through. It gives you the impression that there are a lot of writers working on that game. There's not the same focus of direction that the Metal Gear Solid games have, where a master storyteller is always in charge of your narrative design at all times, and he's never letting go of the train on that rail. Woo. Yeah, there's some scenes of Final Fantasy that can hit you hard and hit you good, no matter how cynical and hardened you try to be about it. But they will follow some of the most awkwardly amateurish attempts at a new format of storytelling, trying to tell new kinds of stories in a new way. And so, Red 13's discovery about his father, after hatching from a lab, and going through horrific experiences that have really given him this kind of nihilism towards life, only to discover that he really does come from a very a noble lineage that is not only literally noble but metaphorically noble in a more abstract symbolic sense of the word. His father exhibits noble values of the virtue and selflessness that a classic heroic narrative that is aimed towards the teenage audience growing up, who is trying to be able to work their way through calculating the consequence of the kind of violence of the tough choices they're making in their times, would and should be needing to reflect on. Players are not crying when they find out about Red the 13th's father. After this twist, it does seem a little more appropriate to say Red the 13th instead of Red 13, considering what happens. That twist doesn't hit you hard because of the depth of Final Fantasy VII's RPG system. The depth and complexity of the interactivity of its RPG system is not why that twist hits you so hard. The quality of its writing is not why that twist hits you so hard. The quality of its game design is not why that twist hits you so hard. The quality of its dazzling cutting edge for the time, dazzling for the time, graphical technology for the time is not why it hits you so hard. There is a sum of all the previous parts going on that makes something greater than the whole of its parts. And it is similar looking at the sum of the interactions of all those different elements put together than any individual one. And this happened very long ago when Sergei Eisenstein was figuring out the theory behind why certain editing techniques worked better than others. I'm looking forward to how video game critics are figuring out that the combination of ludic narrative elements are working to create a more intense story than otherwise. Resident Evil and Final Fantasy and Metal Gear Solid are such quintessential examples for setting the standards of narrative design. I think they have solved problems that have always provided the classic conflicts of these conversations. I'm going to switch back to concentrating on mechanical interaction with finger mode, and then go back to linguistic interaction with language mode after 5-10 minutes of switching to this mode, and then I'll talk to chat some, see what sort of horrible mistakes and bad assumptions I made with those grand statements. Look at that, I'm now using the time trick. It might have taken me a minute to kind of break my learned muscle memory to start thinking about ammo conservation again, but I am getting closer. I'm getting a lot closer than I was last time. One thing I think that Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil and Final Fantasy do so well is the quiet time. Taking a break from intense demonstrations of muscle memory is pretty darn good in this classical routine of storytelling I'm cracking into. Homer does not linger on the violence all the time, and everyone's favorite action games do not linger on intense violence all the time. You gotta take a break. Quiet time's important. Unless you're playing Platinum. There are exceptions. Platinum definitely knows how to, the quiet time in a Platinum game is, your time when the break you take in between entire runs. In a Platinum action game, the quiet time where you reflect on what just happened in the story is when the credits are rolling and you take a break for a few days, and then you get back into the plot escalating and the problems getting more interesting on your replay. Because Platinum action games do another thing that Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy figured out that solves one big problem with core game design, narrative design, and that is the incredibly lengthier amount of time that audiences are going to engage with their medium. A story that is meant to be replayed over and over again is a solution that I think a lot of traditional flavors of game design have worked out to solve a classic core problem of game stories taking an extremely long time. Similar to sports and tabletop games and gambling, it can take tens of hours, not simply hours or minutes, to learn the amount of skills that a game is requiring a player to do. So, unlike the traditional storytelling mediums that typically take a couple hours to have a heartbreakingly, soul-crushingly, or amusingly funny, or empoweringly kinetic and action-packed fantasy, it can come and go and have you go through the highs and lows of that experience in just a few minutes. Games are simulating sports and jobs, and mastering very subtle movements of the human body, skills that can take tens of hours to learn, and the player's narrative of learning those skills can get incorporated in the story, game design narrative story that the contents of the story will be trying to tell. Platinum action games do this. I don't know if Western action games do that as much. I need to spend more time playing Naughty Dog games before I spend more time shitting all over them, but it kind of seems to me that Resident Evil and Final Fantasy and Metal Gear Solid, maybe less so Final Fantasy, have figured out problems that Western game developers are still wrapping their head around. And another thing that I think is a little shocking is that a lot of what feels like a grand discovery here for me is actually pretty entry-level lit criticism theory, but it makes me wonder how many game critics read literature criticism theory, because I, guilty as charged, am getting into it for the first time here. And that might be why I am so impressed with what I am finding. Oh man, this is so much more like a machine now. I see it. I see a gear turning in one of my peripheries. I see it locking into and grinding in sync with the gear on another side of my peripheries. I'm seeing all the little bits and bobbles and greebles and grabbles those gears are connected to, and further extremes of the peripheries. Interesting things are happening in the noggin here, and I'm getting a little better every time. Almost feels like laundering. Laundering. It feels like doing laundry. You have a piece of clothing that you wring out in one hand, toss it into a bucket, wring another piece of clothing with one hand, toss it into the bucket with the other hand. Then you switch modes to a different task that you sync up between the two arms. Yeah, ammo conservation. Now that I'm counting in my head with my consciousness and subconsciously spinning gears with my subconscious, mastery of the system is happening. Fascinating. Brilliant. Proof of concept of a game that doesn't exist. It's a lot closer to the metaphor of a factory assembly line and its associated mechanics of its machines that provide the metaphor that game developers and game critics are employing when we use the word mechanics of a game. So Game Boy Snake has less ammo, PlayStation Snake has better aim. What a nice way of thinking of the difficulties of depicting ranged projectile combat weaponry in the 2D games versus 3D games. The 3D games, you have more precision for aiming. In the 2D games, you have less. In the 2D games, sometimes you are required to spray and pray more often than you are in 3D games. Working with one less axis of interaction means you can aim your projectile at less people and things. Meaning more missed shots and less accurate shots. Meaning that climbing the learning curve of the metagame of the combination between the two meant rethinking how big of a priority ammo conservation is. I had to change some very automatic, subconscious assumptions to get better at the game, rather than master the subtle precision timings of a new kind of muscle memory. PlayStation Snake has less time but more bullets, and Game Boy Snake has less bullets but more time, because PlayStation Snake will need less time to aim at a target in a 3D universe, versus Game Boy Snake, who will need to wait for his targets to cross the more limited axes of interactions he has available to him. So, if we want to make a video game that tells a story, a multiverse story, we can now think of other problems that would affect the characters who live in two different universes, and how differently they would react to the same problem. If we're playing out an action movie fantasy in a 2D game with a 2D Snake, maybe it would come off better if the situations he was put in depicted a fantasy of him being better at managing his time than his marksmanship abilities. His quick thinking and his hero's quick thinking and heroic quick decision making over a hero's quick reflexes and precision skills of striking and hitting. These, I feel, are very powerful psychological metaphors to engage with as the player in the audience that reinforce the themes the non-interactive elements of the game's stories are engaging with. And that The Last of Us and God of War 2018 Plus do not engage with as well as some retro Japanese games from the turn of the millennium do. There you go. That is the kind of sentence I can now write about my grievances towards Western prestige gaming that I could not have been able to before. I can now express that thought. That is doing it, I think, with less malice, a more approachable way to explain the grievances that is selling the genuine yearning to fix the problems and make something better instead of something just more satisfying and acerbic to talk about and explain as an outsider. I'm gonna go take another bathroom break and check on Twitch chat again before cracking into this next level. I'm having a pretty fun time trying to solve this one. This is a tough one, the toughest one I've hit so far. When I hit the end of this, we only got 5 levels. Then I'll switch over to single screen mode, so there'll be a little bit less of a mental load trying to play this game. But this is great. What great talking. I'll be right back. Woo! I'm back. I'm back to the Super Bunny Hop, begging for money live on stream while swearing that I am doing the very intense research about making a good, honest, respectful adaptation of a very psychologically fascinating classical work of literature that I hopefully to uh, 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 cross my fingers and pray to all the gods and the one god, any kind of deity out there, that I'm doing a good job of this, because it's sacred territory I'm treading on stream, where we're talking about the most difficult psychological processes that are going on when audiences are interacting with stories, that I almost am like feeling some imposter syndrome over because of just what entry level reading this might be for other people interested in other art form medians who have been trying to crack into the psychological processes behind what can get a story to make people cry versus a story that'll make people laugh or cheer. Because that is a classic problem, issue, truism of being a video game fan, is that you kind of sort of do have to come to terms with how video games, on average, in a trend, with acknowledgement of the exceptions that I love that are close to my heart, like Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy, that can make the audience cry, video games do it less. Video games do it worse. Video games have more problems trying to do tear jerking than all other medians. And this hit me when studying the Iliad through Elizabeth Van de Veer's lectures, where she explains how the gods represent what a war between people, how much less of an issue it would be for the gods because they don't die. They're immortal. They can interact with a war between two large, powerful nations on Earth and laugh about it and make jokes about it and very clearly pick sides. They don't lie about their strategies like real politicians and generals do, when sacrificing human lives to enact their will on the battlefield. Oh boy, one very difficult thing I've had to come to terms with in these studies is that in military history, a lot of historians will call battles masterpieces of in borderline artistic terms. A general's masterpiece can be a battle where so many people have the cataclysmic decisive moments in their real lives where they live or die. It's almost in some of these military histories that cross over with real life religious and art history, you'll hear military historians talk about how or at least imply with the words they're using, the metaphors they're linguistically employing, that battle strategy is a general's art median, and that after spending 10,000 years, or 10,000 hours, not years, after spending 10,000 years of doing professional work in their median, they cross the line from professional to master and have brilliantly strategic battles that the historians call their masterpieces. Austerlitz is Napoleon's masterpiece, Guagamel is Alexander's masterpiece, and the Total War games that we so casually consume as flippant fun entertainment is depicting a sort of worldview these historians are using to talk about the metaphors that the historians are using to talk about, because a masterpiece battle is one where your side wins with as few lives lost as possible versus the enemies, who are using as many killed, wounded, or captured is the clinical euphemistic term. They still say the word kill. They're on their way out, it seems, but yeah, casualties. The ideal, this ideal that gets depicted in strategy games, is a reflection of using metaphors to talk about the uncomfortable euphemisms of military history, right? So, a way to talk about video game violence and its associated problems in a way that is perfectly compatible with having all the fully complete respect for video game design and the beautiful stories it can tell, I think hit me when I was watching these Elizabeth Vanderveer lectures, where she talks about how the gods can experience all the horrific bloody gore and guts of Homer's video game-like violence and feel nothing. The gods are immortal, death does not matter to them. Therefore, they're a little bit more like a video game player than the mortals, who are a little bit more like real people that fear death and will try their hardest to never experience real life violence in their real lives. And so the problem that video games have to tackle is similar. It's a metaphor. The problem of video game violence is like the problem of the divine violence or godly violence of ancient mythology. That metaphor, I think, is a really good way of summing up so much complicated, heady philosophical complexity. And I'm going to try to work with that one for a while to inspire me and keep me going. It feels great. So what's chat have to say about all of that messy nonsense? Would PBS Masterpiece Theater ever show a masterpiece battle? It's uncomfortable because it is hard to find mainstream sources for civilians that are going to be using that term because of what absolute discomfort it would associate, and it would probably lead to the military historians very quickly deciding on a different term. I have encountered it in a handful of cases, in lectures, in courses produced by the teaching company, and hour-long history videos produced by some more armchair channels. I haven't seen normal people use that word in normal contexts in a lot of cases. The idea of a masterpiece battle was a new one to me that came with discovering Homer later in life. And in the terminology, the metaphors that I think my brain was using its metaphors to work with before came from Total War, where you either have like a perfect victory or a Pyrrhic victory or a close victory. And that the ideal that actual real-life military historians would have been thinking in their heads is more of a perfect victory. Now the uncomfortable truth I'm finding out with further study of the art history intersecting with game development history to create war games, to real-life war games made by real-life warmongers that eventually got turned into computer video games for the public's mass consumption entertainment, that artistic masterpiece was the metaphor those types of guys were working with all ahead. The more serious upper echelons of real military personnel that really do determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of real people have been using the word masterpiece instead of perfection And that carries psychological implications that deserve a thought by art critics who are getting getting the more subtle, more thickly veiled implications of those metaphors, because we're maybe a little lower on the hierarchies of having it get trickled down to us. I think another interesting thing from looking at the ancient world is how much more comfortable the elites were with talking about their religions and their creation myths in terms of metaphor versus the uneducated masses. And it does speak something to how the metaphors had to meet some standard of strength. They had to be strong metaphors to be accepted as commonly acceptable religious metaphors. In the symposium, they make jokes about creation myths. They seem to regard creation myth with a certain kind of flippancy that can strike some readers as weirdly modern for the times. But I think really what's going on is that they were interpreting it through a very ancient metaphorical mindset that might strike the modern reader as one more modern, but is really still pretty alien, even though both a modern and ancient mindset might agree on a certain extent of metaphors going on creation myths. In the symposium, Plato's characters, which presumably was the transcription of memorized real conversations, were cracking jokes about creation myths and how silly and unrealistic they seem. They take them with a grain of salt, they take them with a sense of humor, and then they come up with new creation myths. In the writings of Josephus, when the Jewish historian Josephus is captured by the Roman Empire and kept as a pet Jewish historian to transcribe and write down and archive a Jewish point of view of history, not out of genuine interest from the Roman emperors for having a Jewish point of view of history, but rather just because they thought it would be amusing to have a Jewish point of history. It still came from a xenophobic superiority complex, which is another strange thing for the modern mind to wrap around, is how you can have an appreciation for multiculturalism while still also believing that your culture is the only true right civilized one. Syncretism is a fun thing to wrap your head around. Anyways, in the syncretic pagan beliefs of ancient mythology, the gods are immortal. The natural world has provided the human imagination with metaphors for immortality by way of things like forests, rivers, and mountains that live a hell of a lot longer than the human lifespan, but have some shady prehistoric memory going on of them very, very slowly changing over very long periods of generations. But things like the stars are unchanging over such a long period of time that they provide early primordial storytellers making myths to be employing metaphorical characters who get to do the timeless practice of making thought experiments out of how you'd solve a problem if you didn't have to worry about death. And in the Iliad, we explore the problem of war and man-to-man human violence from two different perspectives that have two different ways of thinking of death. And so I think video game critics can learn something from how the ancient epics provided a dualistic point of view showing what consequences of death and violence looked like to the gods versus the humans. And Metal Gear Solid has some odd dissonance going on. Video games have cognitive dissonance going on, where you can have a story cutscene pretend that getting shot by a bullet is a big, huge deal that you gotta stop everything to do to take care of right away. It carries huge stakes for the characters. But getting shot by a bullet in the mechanical interactions of the game systems is not that big a deal. It's a minor mistake that you'll make many times throughout your narrative. And I think that the Metal Gear Solid games utilize this cognitive dissonance to their advantage by teasing the player to making an ever more perfect continuity where they'll go through the game on a hard difficulty without killing a lot of guards, without taking a lot of damage, so that the narrative they're making with their cinematic movie-like camera angles is going to be awfully similar to the narrative the cutscenes are showing them with their cinematic movie-like camera angles, and this is why Metal Gear Solid is a far better, far more artistically inspired and intelligent, beautiful understanding of the power fantasies of an audience watching an emotionally impactful, schlocky action movie than The Last of Us will ever try to be. Yes, that's the thesis. It came to me as I was saying it. We're gonna make a video essay about that. Deaths in video games carry less weight mechanically. So the way to solve that problem and make them the problem of crossing over the seeming limit of emotional depth of negative, painful, sympathetic, empathetic, grievance style emotions humans can feel in the audience, and being able to give the player the mechanical agency for those tear-jerking scenes to hit hard is by being so much more consciously aware of how lower the stakes are when the human mind is looking with their eyeballs at characters coming back from deaths and it not being a big deal. So, when you get really good at Metal Gear Solid, you're going to be looking at an unbroken continuity where you're not reloading and quick saving, or reloading from save games if you want the high-score good challenges of impressive mastery of the systems. You'll be looking at a continuity that treats life with a lot more value, that also matches the ideal value for human life that the story cutscenes have been subconsciously steering you towards reaching all along. You never had to consciously think about this, but it was there. It was there all along. We got it. We got it. Bunny Hop is back. Hell yeah. Now I'm caring too much about the ammo conservation of one universe compared to the other. And after I beat this level, I'm doing a break to check on chat, because it's a... This one is really tough to wrap your mind around. It's possible, but it takes a few minutes to get in the headspace of such a strange thought process. But it's doable. I'm sorry for the quiet time, but that is how demanding this one is. Okay, new plan. During the downtime, I should shoot the eyeball targets because I have more control over both snakes at the same time with those targets compared to the ones in the perimeter I have to wait on. Searching through the brain thesaurus for words is a lot harder to do at the same time as this. Think of how simple of a way it is to describe so complicated a problem when you say the 2D snake has more time but less ammo because he's going to be worse at aiming than the 3D snake is. Oh, let me add an extra word in there to imply that, like, moving in and out of the Z-axis is important. The two, yeah, let's works the other way too. The 3D snake has more ammo but less time than the 2D snake has because he's better at aiming and shooting guns. The 2D snake is going to be better at seeing through walls. The 3D snake is going to be better at shooting guns. You could make very interesting games out of these problems. The pros and cons of 2D versus 3D. 2D has better visibility, 3D has better precision. So, describing the problem like that has made it a lot easier to make micro decisions on a frame-by-frame basis when it comes to matters of ammo conservation. Summing up complicated problems with simple language is another powerful subconscious thing your brain is doing automatically. You're not thinking too hard about it, but it's something that happens when you're playing games. And games with good game design are gonna have to have some kind of an awareness that that's what's going on. Man, there's some good music on the Game Boy game. Let's, decrease the volume of the PlayStation one by a few notches here and get our ears more focused on the Game Boy music as the dominant one. Okay, it seems like I'm also being... I'm also able to buy frames of micro time by focusing on the eyeballs from the approach of the center of the stage. Come on, come on, come on. Damn! By focusing on the eyeballs... Whew! By focusing on the eyeballs from the center of the stage and using the center of the stage and thinking of it kind of in terms of a turret. A clock is an image that I was using before when I said the word, that when I was describing, when my metaphor was gears on the two screens, which also helps to use a circular design to get my subconscious using a gears metaphor. Clocks was a metaphor I thought of just then. I really should be thinking of tank turrets, shouldn't I? Because that's, you know, modern combat, where it's such a important problem of visibility, looking at your target, getting a line of sight on your target. I should be thinking of two tank turrets moving in sync with one another and trying to synchronize them to be able to shoot at different targets in different universes, but in the same direction. Ah, damn! There we go. But yes, this is a good metaphor for game designers. You can make a multiverse game with two entirely different dimensions of spatial interaction going on by thinking of it in terms of some helpful metaphors, like two different clocks. Two different machines of intricately connected, but definitely connected clockwork, showing a two-dimensional clock on one end, and some kind of three-dimensional diorama of a clockwork mechanism on the other end. But there's pieces connecting the two, interacting between the two, in ways that are mechanistically undeniable. So, just as easily as, or just as feasibly, as one could rig together two tank turrets with pipe and metal and gears to interact with one another at the same time, but on two different planes of axes, spatial axes. One could develop a game where a player is simultaneously interacting with two different planes of interactivity to solve one problem. I bet plumbers have to solve problems like that sometimes. I bet all sorts of engineers or mechanically demanding professions have to think through their problems like that. Where, having to figure out what to do with the gravity of a piping system is going to be coming into some basic but workable contradictions with the destination you're trying to get the water to go. Games are like broken machines. Getting good at a game is like learning how to fix a broken machine real good. And building a game is probably... yeah, think of that whenever you have to fix a kitchen cabinet or reattach a leg that came out of a piece of furniture. Find where a mystery screw that popped out of a broken machine went. So maybe making a game is like making a house. A lot of complicated invisible systems are coming together into a harmonious whole. And they gotta make some kind of sense between problems that are better tackled in 2D and problems that are better tackled in 3D. Damn. Now I'm starting to run out of ammo on the PlayStation Snake. I'm focusing too hard on ammo conservation for Game Boy Snake and not on how to strike the synchronicity between the two that that caring about ammo conservation will trick me into getting better at. Oh yeah, this is amazing. So, I mean, it's almost like kind of wrapping my head around a new music rhythm game for the first time. Very, very subtle, split up on a frame-by-frame basis differences between holding down the shoot button and tapping the shoot button that's resulting in some pretty different outcomes that are, again, so minuscule and temporally that you could split it up on a frame-by-frame level, but making big differences in outcomes that I'm getting. This is the ammo conservation thing. If I press shoot and hold, I can end up, like, syncing up a rhythm of optimal ammo conservation between the two games. See that? Because if I press and hold, then 3D Snake is locking onto his target. He's auto-aiming in a way that 2D Snake won't be. Ah! Okay, that's the closest I came. I was probably just 1 or 2 bullets off of dealing with my big problem of getting through this one. At this point, it's beating the level is more of a problem of syncing up ammo conservation rather than directional aim. And it is like a rhythm game. Button presses, peripheral vision, extremely subtle differences in outcome that come about from just very quick differences in temporal inputs on a frame-by-frame basis. I'm almost there. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. See how I've figured out how to take advantage of a few frames of movement to create entire seconds of much closer synchronicity between the two snakes. If I get Game Boy Snake scurrying a few steps over into the starting point spot of PlayStation Snake. And now I'm off by just a few bullets of ammo again. So I have to not tap that button rapidly no matter what. Even if I need to be shooting rapidly, it's still better to hold for maybe 4 to 6 frames, then let go, then hold for 4 to 6 frames, and let go. Very big difference in outcome, very small window of time to make that decision. That's something very unique to games. No other medium of storytelling will have the audience thinking through the character's decisions at such a fast pace. However, no other medium of storytelling will have the audiences regarding death and killing and violence with such low stakes. However, a synchronicity can be struck between these two conflicting core qualities and the tension they have classically provided. A better future is possible by looking at how Homer managed to make repetitive, gratuitous desensitization to horrific acts of gory violence still hit you with some hard tear-jerking. You can hear how my rate of fire is now so much lower, and now I can blast. Damn! Damn. I should not have blasted. I should not have blasted. I said the words, now I can blast. I was wrong. 100% wrong with those. So whatever kinds of horrifically wrong argumentative things I've said about whether or not consciousness and free will exist while playing video games, and how video game storytellers can use that to tell better game stories. I did say something at least 100% objectively wrong for a few frames there. There is an entire known universe's worth of stories waiting to be told that can dive beautifully into how much thinking humans do when making a decision that lasts only 4 frames long. That's the kind of story only a video game could ever appropriately, beautifully tell. I feel that maybe I had to read James Joyce to come up with that one. It's probably not going to be a story about killing hundreds upon hundreds of people for many, many hours, tens of hours of that character's existence. I'm also playing through Final Fantasy Tactics. It's got to be the slowest paced strategy game I've ever played in my life, where the strategies you're pondering are absolute reflexive, fight-or-flight, instinctive, caveman grunting, pure association, thoughtlessness on a frame-by-frame basis. Whether or not to glance at the left or right at the end of your turn, whether or not to keep your character facing left or right, is a good metaphor for whether or not to glance left or right at the end of a real-time sword swing in Dark Souls. Sorry for bringing it up, but it's a good metaphor. Final Fantasy Tactics feels like it's depicting mechanically the breakdown of the most quickest, fastest thoughts a fighter would be making in a combat situation. I'm interested to see if the story actually acknowledges that. Don't spoil if it does. But that seems like the kind of interesting depiction of the human experience that you would never get in another medium. Is a breakdown of the quick math the human brain does when making tough decisions really fast. And when it comes to the highest stakes possible for a story, which is life or death, a war story where the commanding officers who are in charge of war have to make the ultimate decision for hundreds of people very, very quickly. A strategy game could tell a very, very powerful story about the terror and inhumanity of being in that kind of mind state. And a lot of friction that modern audiences have for classic literature sometimes has to do with how they typically star the nobility and how casually the nobility will regard death with. There are answers here. Deep in there somewhere. Oh no, I'm tapping a little bit. I should be pressing and holding. Oops, I accidentally paused the Game Boy game by hitting a shoulder button by accident. Am I... Oh man, oh man. Okay, we're too desynchronized. This run's not gonna work for sure. I think another thing that video games need to be more aware of is that this kind of internal dialogue monologuing that I'm able to do comes with mastery of muscle memory. Athletic coaches are aware of this. I am wondering how conscious video game designers are aware of this, but when you're learning a new sport for the first time, you're learning your new golf swing, you're learning your new tennis swing, and extremely subtle motions of the wrist and the fingers, like a video game, are required to master the technique. The coach is going to tell you, don't think about it so hard. You gotta move your ligamentatus oblongatus just 3 microcentimeters to clockwise to the anterior of your claviculus, but don't think about it so hard. Once you get the motion right the first time, remember what that felt like? Think about that. Don't think about it so hard. They employ the contradiction of visualizing what it feels like to get it right, thinking about what it feels like to get it right. But don't think about it so hard. Game developers should be aware that more of an internal dialogue is going on in the player's head when they're at the earlier stages of the learning curve. So video game stories that are effective might want to get more narratively more complex as you get further into the learning curve rather than the beginning of the learning curve, which is going to be an interesting contradiction to navigate around for how to write an interesting intro hook. But point is, it is much more mentally exhausting to learn a game for the first time. Once you get it going, you can start having your mind wander off to other topics again. But when you're figuring out how to fix the broken machine for the first time, what sort of visual metaphors you want your brain working with, like clocks or tank turrets or gears, for example, after enough repetitions of that, it starts going into your subconscious instead of your consciousness. And climbing the learning curve means that your consciousness is going to be thinking different thoughts for different problems as you go through a gaming experience. So, video game storytelling, to hit you hard and get the tears jerked, should be aware of what parts of the learning curve the player is going to be navigating and how much weight the player can be associating with emotional or philosophical concerns rather than spatial interactions or metaphors. Once again, warning, I'm probably butchering this stuff. I've only listened to mere hours of Intro to Psychology and Intro to Lit Theory. I have not fully understood the works. And yet it still feels like completely different way of doing game criticism that I don't want people taking too literally as the gospel truth, but would like to see more of a engagement with. I'm also gonna hit more targets, I think, and get more synchronicity, I think, if I hit these middle targets as they come and leave the eyeball targets for last, which is a thought that hit me minutes upon minutes earlier, but at some point got forgotten in the complexity of it all. Damn. Man, am I ever gonna get this one? This is a real tough nut to crack tough nut to crack. Woohoo! I'm sorry for the audio-visual repetition, but like mentally, this one is a very, very interesting, satisfying problem to be up against. I'm having fun dying and retrying over and over again in this one. It might not be very fun to watch. So hopefully I get it soon. If I don't, do know that I am going to be keeping your concerns and the grating repetition of seeing this over and over again in mind. I am thinking of you. I have not forgotten about you, happy viewer. Damn! Okay, start with lower right, work my way counterclockwise, then eyeballs. I'm gonna start thinking of this in terms of some slightly longer term strategy. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's more a strategic thing than anything else. But now I have downtime, and I want to spend them on the eyeballs. Oh no. Oh no! The old problem of PlayStation ammo is now rearing its head. Oops. Oh, my finger slipped, and now I've pressed a really bad button. Whew. This one's a tough one, but I'm not giving up yet. Maybe that's how I should take advantage of PlayStation Snake's slight head start. Is just get him to go ahead and take care of one of the targets right away while it's not going to be an issue for Game Boy Snake. Feels a little cheap though, but maybe that'll finally get me out of this repetition hell at least. It's such an interesting level to play from this point of view. Once again, I got close. Oh man, we're way out of sync that time. I think synchronicity is being stressed extra hard, again on a very, very small frame-by-frame scale, because of the difference between practice mode and time attack mode. Being under time pressure means that there's a lot to gain just from small slivers of synchronicity that are measurable on a frame-by-frame scale. You know, I think video games are also very good at telling stories in which a lot of volition and self-control are required, which is, like, classically adaptable in a mainstream way to some very classic heroic stories. It's a virtue. Like in Metal Gear. Video games with the interactive element can explore heroic ideals for storytelling purposes of problems of self-control and quick temptation, or prejudice and assumption. When you walk down a hallway in Dark Souls assuming it's safe and it turns out to be full of traps, you are engaging a different kind of thought process for an old problem than a description of that problem would be able to do in literature. When you resist the temptation to leave cover in a hiding stealth game like Metal Gear Solid and engage in some heroics that turn out to be very punishing, you're being taught a kind of lesson about picking one's battles and practicing restraint that the characters of literature in more traditional formats might be less able to do. The reason I love Hunt Showdown so much, there are a few games that really test the player's patience as a virtue in the way that solo stealthy Hunt Showdown does. And it's so it ends up feeling like a very unique way of solving some unique problems in a game from a very traditional, conventional perspective of the first-person shooter, where you are blasting hundreds upon hundreds of the same enemies over and over again. sitting in one stationary spot, planting yourself down and staying perfectly still and doing absolutely nothing is a very tense, exciting, nerve-wracking, tension-building experience in Hunt Showdown, as it is in no other game I've ever played. It's evidence, it's proof of concept that there are some ways games can explore problems in interesting, exciting ways that a current tradition of game design is not exploring. Okay. I gotta give this a few more tries. Oh boy. If I open up the Twitch window and look at chat messages, it's gonna break the flow state I'm achieving here, the concentration and getting something out of such depths of concentration. I will have lost all that. You know, last stream, we were playing Resident Evil 6, and there's a certain jump scare style gag going on where, after fighting some zombie dogs, you accidentally startle and frighten a hiding normal dog, and as one is so very prone to doing in a panic, one might accidentally shoot the dog and feel very complicated feelings about guilt and terror and yeah, they'll be able to explore a terrifying truth about human nature that other mediums might not be able to explore with such depths without the interactive element. A game story really focusing on the minute millisecond-long decisions in a mechanical way, rather than an aesthetic way, may be the way to go. I'm intrigued at how detailed the absolute tiny scale of decisions Final Fantasy Tactics is depicting. You have all the time in the world to make the kind of decision that you gotta make in 6 frames in Dark Souls. And even Dark Souls has given you a more generous window of reaction time than other real-time action games. Usually when playing a turn-based strategy, I think the metaphor the game developers are trying to get you to work with is a large-scale battle between a lot of soldiers. Final Fantasy Tactics is not that. Final Fantasy Tactics can very interestingly and completely depict just a one-on-one duel with its systems if it wanted to. Most of the fights being depicted is a 5-on-5 style action scene that might last 60 seconds in a movie, lasts 25 minutes in this game. A vision of larger-than-life heroes making the absolute most perfect decision possible in a superhuman amount of reaction time is the power fantasy that Final Fantasy Tactics is ultimately getting you to build a metaphorical continuity with. I wish that more turn-based strategy games had a real-time replay feature so that you could see a better view of the metaphorical kind of conflict that's being depicted. Because Final Fantasy Tactics will depict 5 combatants fighting over a small space of land against 5 other combatants. The game is called Tactics, which implies that the decisions you're making are supposed to be stressing a smaller scale sense of military decision making than Final Fantasy strategy would. So it's weird that you get so much time to make decisions that are such small scale decisions in real time. It shows an idealism towards being able to think faster, think through problems faster. It would be amazing if you could replay a battle in Final Fantasy Tactics and see 5 very different heroes make the perfect decision on a millisecond by millisecond basis for 5 minutes at a time. 5 minutes straight. It would look like John Wick. It would look like Neo in the Matrix. It would look like John Wick. Superhuman decision-making happening by an action hero at an incredible fast speed. And in order to get the player to visualize that kind of, not visualize, but feel what that kind of empowering sense of precision and skill is like, oftentimes requires breaking it up so much to the point of giving the player all the time in the world to achieve that style of that vision of idealistic perfection to the sequence. I remember when I was a kid playing Pokemon games in front of the boomer parents, they always had a weird time wrapping their head around turn-based combat in a way that was coming more natural to the gamer kids. Being able to use your imagination to visualize the numbers representing your more traditional metaphors for a fight scene, which would be movie, book, stadium, game, stadium, wrestling, combat sport, wrestling match, MMA match, or battle in real life actual combat seemed a little tougher for them than the younger kids. Let's not lose our ability to use the power of imagination to comprehend some pretty shallow, easy to put together metaphors. Hold all of that thoughts. If I find myself talking again, I need to catch myself and stop myself, because I gotta concentrate on this. I've been stuck at this level for a ridiculous amount of time now. We gotta keep things moving. Come on, come on, come on. Deep breath. Deep breath. Rein in the internal dialogue. Look at this thing as symbols. Don't think of words. Look at symbols. I can do this. Don't think. Shoot. Ah, damn. No think words. Look, I symbol. Visualize clock, gears, tank, turret. Game critics are a little bit more aware of how video game storytelling is better equipped to tackle matters of payoff after dealing with bullshit. But that's a conversation I gotta hold back on for now. I gotta concentrate on the level. Everyone... I had a lot more time left over in both realities, but screwed up the ammo conservation. Ah, no! Oops. Oh man, is the run ruined, or do I still have a chance? Now, ammo conservation. Oh. Oh. No! I think I screwed it up, but I'm getting a much better feel now for how holding down the shoot button is almost kind of working out as a very, very good solution for solving problems of synchronicity before. Because if I hold that shoot button down, PlayStation Snake holds in place. This is going to be an easier way of synchronizing their movement together then alternating their crouch states, which was an earlier interesting problem I had to solve. Now that my needs for precision are broken down at such small intervals, just holding that button down for a few frames is getting a feel for that is what I need to be focusing on to finally get through this and move on. Now I'm out of ammo. Ah. Okay, here's a simpler way of simplifying the differences between 2D Snake and 3D Snake. 2D Snake has less ammo but more time, and 3D Snake has more ammo but less time, because 3D Snake is more about the shooting, or is better. Wait, what was I gonna say? Better at shooting and worse than moving, and 2D Snake is better at moving around and worse at shooting a target. Some like looking and moving. Yeah, that's the difference. 3D Snake is better at looking, 2D Snake is better at moving. And that sounds like a nice way of describing some very hard to describe problems with camera systems, introducing new players to games for the first time, and just how much of a issue it can sometimes be to wrap their heads around a stick that controls the movement and a stick that controls the looking, and how when the N64 was being developed, a very strange three-pronged controller was being employed, where a very different kind of stick was being relied upon to be doing the looking as opposed to the moving. That was not an issue in the 2D games from earlier. No! Okay, we're not committing to this run. Okay. I need to actually pay attention to how much ammo PlayStation Snake has. I've been overinflating the ammo advantage that Game Boy Snake has. PlayStation Snake still needs to be taken into account, It's not like his ammo supply is perfect. It is better, but it's not perfect. Oh my god, it's 30. It's 30 for both snakes? I have to synchronize their gunshots harder. Interesting. Yes, yes, very interesting. I cannot waste a single shot now. No, man, I wasted 3 shots, apparently. Okay, so let me actually take a little more time now before shooting. Let me prioritize conservation over time. I think I have seen myself complete a successful route of that level enough times on both screens to, know what a successful run looks like for sure. Now what I need to focus on is what it looks like if I slowly take my time and not worry about the time pressure so much, as I have been. I've said it a few times, but ammo pressure is really going to turn out to be a bigger deal than time pressure. This is rough. Okay. You know what I'm gonna actually do? This is so crazy. It's like fighting games. You never do this unless you're playing a fighting game, right? I'm going to exit to practice mode, where I have no time pressure, to take a second look at the logic that those targets are moving through the environment with, and take some practical knowledge of what I learn over to time attack mode. So now that I don't have any time pressure to worry with, bam. Okay, now PlayStation Snake has been planted in place while Game Boy Snake is free to move. This is something I'd been taking advantage of earlier, but the time pressure required me to not take a good long look at what this looks like when I can hold the button down and not worry about it. You know, when we've reached a little bit more of a divine status where we don't gotta worry about the same fleeting mortal stakes that we do in time attack mode. What a useful metaphor this is gonna be for we're talking about games. So I can hold this shoot button down to sync Snake up. If there's little imperfections in the sync, I can glue them back together with a slight hold of the shoot button. Now, spraying and praying is being depicted slightly differently across both universes. If I look at a target at a medium range where it's poking out of the edge of the screen, let me get my 2 snakes synced and line up a vertical shot with the target here. Bam. And hold the button down. I can very quickly pop off 3 shots in the Game Boy game and blow it up quickly. In the PlayStation game, though, there's a little bit more time pressure involved. I think it breaks your aim if you try to rapid fire them while they're off screen. No, it does not. Okay, it's good to confirm. I thought so, but it might not. Once Snake has his laser locked, I might not should worry about the rapidity of my burst. Huh. However, I cannot burst fire and lock on to something at long distances at the same time. That's not happening. Damn. Still way off. Should I be changing screens with every completed target hit? Because eventually at some point I start losing track of one of the screens, and this is a level where real intense multitasking synchronicity is gonna be required to win. It's doable. It's tough, but it's doable. There are probably crazy people in the world who have already had an easier time figuring out how to do this than me. It doesn't feel impossible, but just feels tough. Also, I think there is a strategically optimal order to go through the targets with, and it's starting with perimeter first and eyeball last, and I need to remember that and not break the temptation to go off that script. Bum bum bum. Oh, we're doing it. We're trying again. We're doing it. I am so fixated on this level now. I'm invested. I can hear the coach now telling me, don't think about it so hard, you got it, don't think about it so hard. That's totally what is going on here. I'm getting a little better every time, but it's very difficult to verbally explain the subtleties of the muscle motions to the point where it's a waste of mental energy to try and explain to yourself the subtleties of your motions. I think PlayStation Snake also has more targets to shoot than Game Boy Snake. Okay, so I did that with 57 bullets I saw on Game Boy. That's, I don't want to get that number lower than 60 on either screen. Used too many bullets that time. I'm getting more and more of a feel of this system, but I'm not quite there yet. Passing this level in last place requires basically perfection of the meta game here. Playing this the worst way possible. The only way one could possibly play this, and the worst possible way one could play this, are the same. There is no perfecting the method for this level. I just gotta... Where's the last target? I just gotta get all targets under 30 bullets, under... What is it, 25 seconds? And I'm still way off. Bum, bum, bum. Dun 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 da da dun dun da ba da ba da bum. Oh, oopsie whoopsie, we're out of sync again. Yeah, we're retrying. This is a bad run. I gotta remember to focus on the perimeter targets first. I've used too much ammo on PlayStation. I think PlayStation Snake has more perimeter targets. Next time I need to count. Okay, we got one in the lower right. Two. Three. Oh, I can just look at the radar. We got four. Four on Game Boy. 1, 2. Three. 4. The same on both of them? I think we got 4 perimeter targets in both realities. Let's see if there's a moment in the clockwork cycle here where these targets are gonna get better synced up. Like this! Yeah, let me look at this interaction a few times and see how it goes. Ooh, good idea. Good idea, George. Every time I shoot a bullet, I should use that as a little micro opportunity to update and reorient my senses between the two screens, because I can save a bullet between the two universes by holding that button down. Yeah. Okay, so every time I fire a bullet, I'm going to hold the button down and change to the other screen. And then when I release the button, I'm going to change back to the other screen again. And so this way I can like synchronize up my body, my finger, up with the electronic gaming screen in a way that should hopefully be advantageous. And there's still more. Didn't quite get in the rhythm for that run, but I think I did have a better grasp on tracking everything by making those frequent little switches. Oh! This feels fast. This feels like I've been blasting these targets real fast. Oh, come on, get this last one in your auto-aim. Okay. This probably would have cost me the time goal in the PlayStation mode, but I think I actually did blast. Oh, come on. Of course, there's like one left behind on the PlayStation version. So maybe one of the problems I've been dealing with is faster waiting times on the PlayStation version than the PlayStation version. Also, I just looked at the time. It's 11:47. I've been stuck at this one for a while. Should I be like... I really kind of got sucked into that. Should I be worried about that? Should I give it up or keep trying? Yeah, it's been a while since I looked up in chat. I really got immersed into that. I actually... I love playing Metal Gear Solid Integral VR missions at the same time as Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel VR missions. I find it to be quite an enjoyable and pleasant activity, and really did lose control of myself for a while there. I so humbly apologize. However, it unfortunately does seem like it's 11:45 at night. God damn, so I have to get going at some point and make dinner and do real actual important things with the productivity left of a Monday that will rapidly be declining once I am over. One of which is to read the chat messages here. Okay, so Choice AU says, I would like to point out another dimension to this military as artistry thing is that there is artistry utilized in the depiction of military encounters. Battle plans are drawn as aesthetically pleasing diagrams. Okay, hang on. Aesthetically pleasing diagrams, and the brain is tickled as the red dots engulf the blue dots. Yeah, but military is artistry thing. One definite thing that I think is pretty noticeable and commonly accepted as part of our modern day culture compared that we can make the claim with because we have ancient culture and historical culture to compare it to, is that some point during World War I, military aesthetics definitely decided to cut as many corners as possible out of the the sanctity of working with a life or death situation, where like it's military aesthetics are the one kind of aesthetics where it seems that the modern day human mindset at least uh it's like industrial aesthetics, working aesthetics. There's corners being taken, an acknowledgement that building something for durability is going to mean building something that's not quite very pretty on the eyes. I think the military font, you know, that they stamp on items, that classic MASH army font, it's designed to look clearly readable over all other concerns. It's designed to be cheaply printable and easily, quickly stenciled onto packaging as fast as possible, as cheaply and reliably as possible. Aesthetics are a lower priority on the concern than other matters. And this is a harsh contrast to the pre-World War One style where people were not able to photograph the reality of war. It was always being painted or drawn by the mind of an artist, and so the uniforms were pretty to look at from a distance. The cannons were covered in etchings. The uniforms were colorful and covered in medals. The tactical, there was less of a tactical need for camouflage. Still there. I think it is funny how when I was doing my Napoleon phase, I was finding out that snipers and camouflage still existed in pre-World War One. It was just less of a priority. Given the soldiers something aesthetically pleasing to look at as their final thing they were looking at, was an aesthetic priority in a way that it is not now. Yeah, food for thought with regards to this military as artistry thing. Military historians are still using artistic terms to describe some strategy going on, but like the aesthetics of military aesthetics have decidedly, very visibly gone towards a much more utilitarian place, whereas military academia is still holding on to some of the old world dignity of the colorful uniforms and the decorate uniforms. Oh boy. So yeah, I missed some chat about shitting all over Final Fantasy VII and whether or not I should be rethinking that in the maturity of my adulthood, right? The Red Panda says not only that the protagonist and their friends are all teenagers and not kids, so they tackle some more mature themes, like one of the characters wanting to become a researcher instead of what her father wants her to do. That's one of the more lighthearted parts. Yeah, but it like strikes me as the same kind of depiction of teenager life that, you know, Scooby-Doo would. A lot of media for kids stars teenagers in order for them to work as a vector for more mature adulthood themes, but it still comes off as a pretty childish depiction of teenagerhood or adulthood. Um it's subtle, it's veiled, but uh Aerith has a somewhat more childish reaction to worrying about being out late at night than I think a teenager would, and Cloud has a somewhat more childish or more late adolescent reaction to Sephiroth not caring about his feelings during some of the flashback sequences than I think a teenager or young adult would. Um, Oh, Sparks V mentioned the Into the Breach framing and how it frames each playthrough as being a different universe. I wonder if kids who watch the new Space Jam would be worse playing side by side, dual synchronized alternate universe Metal Gear Solid. I can totally see a future where students play video games in school and have to submit video essays with recordings of their playthrough. Probably far off future. Yeah, no, that's another Definite thing to consider is the absolute visible phenomenon, guilty as charged, of of students who can't get jobs, who have spent the past 15 years of their lives nailing the art of writing an essay after doing a reading, basically going on to do the exact same thing on YouTube. Yeah, I gotta move on. As I said, I'm taking psychology in university this upcoming September, so it will be useful to see my study for gaming. Yes, yes, I took a psychology class way too late in life, and I feel like I'm worried that my fate might be an all too common one. The more people that take psychology classes before doing their jobs, the better. When I was in high school, my history class was on the Cold War in the 60s, and MGS3 actually helped me remember key dates for the Cuban Missile Crisis. I aced a history class because of Metal Gear Solid 3, no joke. I opened the essay with, "At the end of World War II, the world was split into two. This marked the beginning of an era called the Cold War." It doesn't count as plagiarism because you said it was called the Cold War, not known as the Cold War. I mean, in filmmaking, the rule of thirds is just where your eyes naturally rest when watching. Yeah, yeah, filmmaking has settled on the rule of thirds as being an easy an easy answer to what the viewer's eyes should be doing, naturally resting on the middle of one of those three spots. And in game design, I think we might have lost something by over relying on the player focusing on the smack dab middle of the frame as their most important spot. You know, this is funnily contradicting my thoughts on turning the radar off in Metal Gear Solid. But um you know, when Bungie was figuring out real-time strategy games after figuring out first-person shooter games, real-time strategy games on console seem to have solved some problems of how to control a floating mouse cursor on a 2D screen by having the cursor locked in the middle of the screen and you panning the camera about a battlefield. The cursor that you're selecting your troops with is always locked in the middle of the frame, so it's kind of like aiming at them in a first-person shooter game versus a PlayStation style, not PlayStation, PC style strategy game where you're moving a mouse cursor around the frame. Um, I feel that getting the player's eyeballs to focus on a locked point in the middle of the frame is a solution to some of these problems, the subtler problems of eye movement and how to make interesting eye movements part of the experience. And that your fixed camera angle games from earlier PlayStation eras had been tackling into in a way modern games don't, because modern games have you focusing on the middle of the frame. You move a stick that makes your character look, but really it keeps your eyeballs focused on the middle of the frame as the world is moving around your focal point. In the old preset camera angle system, the developer could do a lot more play with what the player definitely was not seeing on their screen, and also what they might not be focusing on but are seeing in front of them subconsciously in their peripheral vision on the side of the frames. This is why I love Hunt Showdown so much, is because there's going to be little traps on the ground that are going to camouflage into some color patterns that are just strong enough to look clear as day once you actually spot them and have your eyes on them, but subtle enough to where they can blend in to the environment, and the camouflage works. It fools your subconsciousness into thinking that you're looking at a bush when really there is a shiny metal, glinting in the sun metal trap hidden inside the bush. Once you see the trap, you no longer can unsee it, but if you don't see the trap, it's camouflaged. Metal Gear Solid 3 and Hunt Showdown are the two only games I've ever played that actually have a camouflage system that makes sense and works. The West has always had an obsession with realism. Compare Renaissance art with what Japan and China were producing at the same time. It's not a lack of skill. Eastern drawing studies were fairly grounded. It's just stylistic preference. How does this manifest in modern times in game design, though? Like, there is a different preference, but I don't know if it's a matter of realism anymore at this point, so much as what the mind's eye is visualizing at the same time that the actual eyeballs in your body are focusing on, and how much of the gaps are getting filled in subconsciously during the tiny slivers of instant between those two firing near synapses. Is what am I saying? I need to read Twitch chat. A friend of mine hated The Last of Us 1 and 2 because the game forces you to do horrible things. In his example, the game makes me kill a dog, and then the game tries to force me to feel bad for doing something the game forced me to do. It only works if I have a choice to do it. Okay, but what's the counter argument? That's not that different, I think, from where I currently am at the moment. Final Fantasy XIV is a weird one that got me. I didn't feel sad when a beloved character died, but it was telling the character's father his son died, and seeing the father break down that got me more than the death itself. George is going on and on about how impactful Red 13th story is, while at the same time continuously using his slave name Shake My Head. When I played Bulletstorm, your video on quiet time made me realize why it hated it. It just never stops, it never shuts up, it's just loud noises the entire time. I think that's the issue with Call of Duty 2, it's exhausting. I get why they wanted to make you feel like a grunt stuck in Hell 400 or fighting in Stalingrad. I can only be a level or two a day of a veteran. I think Old Infinity Ward was just trying to convey exhaustion, haha. Yeah, no, I think there is a very interesting moment in game design narrative history that happened when Medal of Honor Allied Assault and Medal of Honor Frontline had the beach landing levels that you grounded through. You had to die and retry over and over and over again before you found the one perfect route of pure luck and coincidence that gets you surviving in that encounter. That totally was a case where people at the time seemed to be aware that ludonarrative dissonance was getting employed to tell a sad, tear-jerky lesson about war. Um, yeah, I recall that being one very frustrating level in an otherwise smooth experience. Wolfenstein, A New Colossus did that as well. So long as it's kept to a minimum, I think a very sudden, harsh, jarring jump in difficulty spike can be utilized to effect when utilized responsibly. I think the first three Uncharted are kind of all over the place, but Last of Us and Uncharted 4 have plenty of quiet time. And I think that's what Juckman gets right, the environment and level designers at Naughty Dog. Okay, so at some point years ago when I had money I could spend without worrying about the consequences too much, I actually bought the PlayStation 4 remastered collection of Uncharted games, and I have them lying around. And around that same time, I played through the sublime artistic masterpiece of our time, the soul-touching, tear-jerking, it'll make you cry work of literature, The Last of Us Part 1, and I was really unimpressed, and my enthusiasm for playing through the Uncharted games decreased there. If I do want to give video games another shot, now that I have a brain full of Northrop Frye instead of a brain full of Eric Zimmerman like I did in 2012, then maybe I could give those games another shot and maybe get something out of them that I didn't get earlier. But we're gonna switch to the pixel art of Kanziut's beautiful appreciation of me appreciating the beauty of the form of Snake's ass as I talk my way through this, because I have resigned at this point the fact that I obviously love talking about game design more than wrapping my head around the interesting new game design going on in the VR and Ghost Babel. side-by-side synchronous challenge right now. Because I actually got to wrap up. I've hit part of this challenge that oh no, I also spilled coffee on my lap. Thank God it was cold. I also hit a part of this challenge that is simultaneously a tough level to solve that I've been stuck at forever, but it's also not so tough that I want to give up on it. I'm gonna pick this level back up next stream, but before I leave, I'm gonna respond to some chat messages. Let's hit the exit button on these two games, get the work of video game art going on the screen as I talk my way through more responses to more chat messages. I can't believe I am only 10% of the way through the VR missions. Doing it side by side the same time as the Game Boy game is also radically increasing the playtime, which increases the amount of monetary value that the game is worth, because time is money. You know, if you're having a hard time wrapping your head around how ancient audiences were meant to read ancient mythology metaphorically, and how modern audiences are more often expected to read stories as depictions of literal confirmed truths, and why biblical literalism and religious fundamentum is ironically more of a modern phenomenon than a historical one. Think of how easy it is to say and think and believe that time is money. Time is money, and stories are metaphors, and thinking is metaphors. The voice in your head when encountering new problems for the very first time is going to be falling back on metaphors to make sense of it and learn how to exploit it. Yeah, thinking of storytelling and criticism of storytelling as metaphors, and thinking of thinking as metaphors is a very useful metaphor for thinking of thinking. Metaphor is a great metaphor for thinking. As you talk about the multiverse story about 2D/3D universes, it reminds me of Crush on PSP. Puzzle platformer that you change perspective from 2D to 3D for mechanical differences. I feel like you could make some good circa 2015 Indie Game Festival darling. Damn, I hate knowing that's now something that is over 10 years old that can now be called retro, or the 2014 IGF darlings. That's where I really cut my teeth, isn't it? Is covering, promoting, explaining the appeal of those 2014 IGF indie darling gems, where you would do something like play an adventure game as a man and a woman at the same time. Yeah, really dig into just how big a difference little subtle differences can butterfly effect into. Wait, are we doing PS1 Verms or Ghost Babby Verms? Verms equals VR missions. VRMS Verms. Another is the analyst, mailing, or Rose type character. They would talk in comms. Oh yeah, where one person plays as the hacker buddy and the other person plays as the spy. It's been attempted a few times and oddly enough never really stuck, but in games, and yet it is such a familiar trope in non-interactive media. No accident whatsoever that Kojima employed the trope. I think it's easy for audiences to relate to either one of those two characters to some extent. Yeah, the action movie audiences might have expanded in the 90s with movies like Die Hard and Mission Impossible and The Rock, where the big burly buff action hero men will have some other types of people on the phone who are providing very strong supporting roles, versus the buff burly action manly movies of the 80s where he's usually by himself. I don't remember the same type of dynamism between hacker buddies in Rambo and Escape from New York in comparison to The Rock and Mission Impossible and Die Hard even. George, did you see my description of a Legionary's life? Damn it! You asked for earlier in the chat. I haven't heard you mention it, so I wanted to make sure. Okay, no, fair enough. I'm gonna Google that and look one up myself. The question was whether or not it does simultaneously an enlightening and simultaneously accurate and true and earnest and honest attempt at depicting the life, and an interesting depiction of life, and also mechanically engaging depiction of a Legionary's life game. Let's see what we may be able to find on the YouTubes about this thing. We're gonna get a window capture layer set up. Oh, yeah, it's happening. Fade it in. Let's slide it around. We got this. Okay, yeah, now we're browsing the internet with power. Okay, what is this? A Legionary's Life, Ancient Roman Soldier RPG. Oh boy. We have a lot of commercials and marketing for things that aren't a Legionary's Life. So let me actually manually type in with my typing trailer. And then I'll go to scrubbing through the long play after scrubbing through a trailer. Oh no, they're using the Mars, the Bringer of War, this music track that I have already had burned into my memory from editing it into the Iliad over the past few weeks. So this is an RPG. Oh, it's like Oregon Trail. Okay. Looks like it's about managing supplies across a long-distance journey with occasional breaks to take combat. What are they gonna do for the stingers? Oh god, turn it down. This is the progenitor for heavy metal, by the way. You can headbang to this if you really want to. Dun 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 dun. So combat is dice rolling RPG system. Sartorius. Where are the enemies on that screen? I wish that the text was bigger. There's a lot of empty space on the screen. You can tell that there is definitely some admirable passion and very clever ideas on display here, and graphic design was certainly one of those passions. All right,
welcome everyone to a new...
Let's mute the commentary and see what actually sitting down and playing the game looks like. Yeah, not too far off. Most screen time is the first 10 minutes. This decision here, character creation screen. Sequacy, strength, endurance, constitution, quickness, coordination, charisma, awareness, and intellect. Somewhat interesting that awareness is a different value than intellect. One thing I'm not seeing necessarily, though, are like unique... Yeah, where's like the real unique creative values? The intuition, the shivers skill, the Inland Empire skill. Where's the what did they do it in Rome total to authority? Authority is one of the skills in their conjured up Roman RPG system. Splitting in the intellectual skills up between charisma, awareness, and intellect, though, is somewhat interesting. Trying to think of navigating life in an ancient militant setting in terms of charisma, awareness, and intellect can present some interesting ways of approaching problems, right? Oh no, at some point he's looking too excessively careful and wimpy. Your opinion among the... yeah, is that what that means? Your opinion among the troops is decreased by 2? So making sure that they are, that you are demonstrating bravery and heroicness face to face in front of your other comrades looks like an actually quantifiable matter here. That's good, that's good. Let's get some music going on here. We're a little quiet. Yeah, opinion meters, troop, centurion, proconsul. Okay, so your reputation is split up between 3 classes of people here. I'm guessing those are like common soldiers, elite soldiers, and then the social elites. Hang around, play board game, yeah, representation. Anyone who thinks that gaming is a new invention definitely needs to read a book, cause I'm working on a video essay about how you shouldn't be surprised that modern strategy games are gonna look like the board games they were playing in ancient Rome. Tortuga power! Attack, feint, shield. I just really wish that these elements were bigger. Anyways, yeah, no, cool. Maybe I'll give it a shot someday. I appreciate knowing that this exists. Don't know if I'm gonna be able to squeeze it into the schedule right away, but I appreciate knowing that it exists. It is comforting to know that an earnest, honest attempt is being made there. That also does not look like it's indulging too hard. It's not looking too deep into the abyss and facing the problem of rapidly escalating radicalization that apparently hit one of these other Roman gladiator management games on Steam. I don't even remember the name of the game. Let's not. It is a problem. I have to be aware of it myself. There's a pipeline. A classics to conservative pipeline that one must be cautious of when indulging in modern media that is trying to depict what ancient living was like. A very, very alluring appeal to an absolutely non-existent flavor of nostalgia oftentimes happens to people trying to make this stuff. I wonder why they switched from diamonds to pyramids. What are we talking about here? In filmmaking, the rule of thirds is just where your eyes naturally rest when watching. Diamonds to pyramids. Are we talking about like 3D graphics in the early 90s days? Or are we talking about ancient people building big structures? Easier to draw and animate, maybe. Because I was just playing an early 3D... Yeah, we're talking about the targets in Metal Gear, aren't we? Yeah. Easier to draw and animate, maybe. I think they're diamonds in 3D and triangles in 2D, probably because it's easier for the viewer to tell what the item is if you use as few sprites, while using as few sprites as possible on 2D pixel art versus 3D art. Didn't you say you don't want to ruminate on this question when you're playing After Izzard? Yeah, this is... Time is never time at all, we're here after it. Yeah, I didn't want to ruminate on the games as art question when I was playing Resident Evil 6, but now I've had 2 days to think about it in the shower. I'm better prepared for it with that one. Not to bring up a controversial dev, but that does sound a bit like the Median too. Sorry if you mentioned it and I missed it, although I don't know what they can do with the idea. Should I need to refresh myself? I was a little out of touch and disillusionment when the Medium came out. Yakuza can be a tearjerker, and I do need to play Yakuza, and we'll be giving it a shot. The Sorrow fight actually turning your killed enemies on you is interesting. It rewards you for non-lethal mechanically. Yeah, and I think that developers developers might not want to be too generous with the rewards of playing non-lethally. I think that the decision to play non-lethally or super lethally should be more of a moral one than a mechanical one. A cold economic there, or some synchronicity between getting cold mechanically beneficial rewards out of a how do I'm guessing I just fear the thought of it being posited as too easy of an answer to the question of video game violence, is giving an optional and somewhat rewarding non-lethal system, but not totally rewarding non-lethal system. Because you want the problem to be interesting to think about. If it's too easy, it's not going to be interesting to think about. If there's an objective, if there's an optimal strategy, it's going to be too easy to think about and thus not interesting to think about. I've not played deep enough into Myth 1 or 2 to get to whatever sort of fun modernist or post-modernist late story twists might be happening later on in that one. Only the first few hours of the intro acts, unfortunately. Wars are kind of like movies, directing hundreds of people towards a singular goal, attempting to control an audience, and in no other way whatsoever. Gods are desensitized to this bullshit. Oh, gods are... And then new COD death quote. I like how Token was definitely referring to a 3 lines of thought on war, but then Ajvark just saying gods are desensitized to this bullshit, and then new COD death quote after that is it's appropriate. It actually is appropriate for this thought on playing out war as a thought experiment where the deaths don't matter, to have you playing a war video game that tries to get all tear-jerky weirdly and suddenly when you die with an anti-war quote and gods are desensitized to this bullshit is you wouldn't be breaking the mood of Call of Duty by having that pop up as a quote when you die. This is not bullshit. This is the expression. Firearms manufacturers are potentially getting sued for advertising their arms in games that kids could play, kind of like how cigarettes were sued for being in cartoons. I think that's why COD moved to Frankenguns. Sid Meier is a modern-day Caesar. Tid Sweeney, CEO of Epic and initial creator of Unreal Engine. Oh no, has always voted Republican. Something something Unreal Engine something military industrial complex. Syncretism is like Zeus equals Thor equals Jupiter equals P-Run equals Amon-Ra, yes. Zeus equals Yahweh. There was an attempt at Zeus equaling Yahweh. There was a syncretic Hellenistic attempt at installing a statue of Zeus in the Second Temple of Judaic ancient Israel, and it didn't work because monotheism and syncretism are incompatible. Yeah, syncretism is thinking that other cultures' gods either exist in some simultaneous capacity with other cultures' gods. It's simultaneously at the same time. Their realities are, to some degree of minimal burden, synced up, thus the name syncretism. Oh, that's what he means by dual wielding. Hell yeah. I think Uncharted countered that by having bullets dodge Nathan. Basically, he's just lucky, and there's only so much luck he has. When he gets hit is when his luck runs out. Next question is whether or not it's skin deep. Is the player really going to be thinking about that consciously? Is the voice in their head going to be making an interesting problem out of luck? How much rethinking of the action game problem am I going to have, of action game problems of violence will I be thinking of when playing these games? Because there will still be a very visible disparity on screen about how much luck Nathan is going to have compared to the hundreds of bad guys he'll be gunning down. And it will be... Yeah. Here's me using the Iliad as a good metaphor for explaining the problem. In the Iliad, when a mortal human has the miraculously good luck of being able to kill hundreds of bad guys and survive relatively safely themselves, you hear about a god helping them along the way. Luck is explainable by divine intervention. When you're a player playing Uncharted and you see Nathan Drake survive gunshot wounds and miraculously evade gunshot wounds, or miraculously avoid lethal gunshot wounds and only take grazing minor gunshot wounds, if you see him get miraculously lucky over and over and over and over and over again, so lucky that it's a little suspicious and a little fishy, and there is no implied divine intervention saving him along the way, no mechanical explanation for it, probably gonna come off as a weird dissonance going on in the narrative of the story, and not necessarily the narrative of the game story, and the narrative that the player is experiencing as they go through this media storytelling experience. When you die is when Nathan gets shot. Yeah, the health is basically his luck. It still doesn't seem like that radically big of rethinking an HP system. It's visually animating what the HP meter has always implied. Everyone, when playing games up to that point, has basically been visualizing their characters only taking glancing wounds or having their armor chipped away until... You've been visualizing your Final Fantasy characters miraculously dodging hits when you see their HP meter go down the whole time. Nathan Drake miraculously dodging hits is something you've been doing in your head this whole time. I don't know if it's that big of a real different way of rethinking the game design of the experience. The help is like basically, look, this is like throwing glitter to me. Ice Cream V redeemed. Oh my god, Ice Cream V mentioned what... Wow, that's one hell of a redemption at some point, and I thought he was talking about something far more complicated and humane than gifting imaginary fake internet Twitch currency to strangers watching a video game screen. Didn't Chris Avallone complain games had become too political? Guy worked on Fallout. Yeah, it's disappointing. This out loud scripting session is really cool, George, but if we could beat this level that you've been on for an hour, that would be cool too. I am sorry, we never ended up beating it at all. Oh boy. It's really tragic the game design as a profession was limited to upper middle class white people for like 20 years there. Give him time, he's doing advanced gaming techniques, that's the truth. It was actually really, really fun replaying. I mentioned a little bit about how much more fun that probably was to play than watch. Okay, so Chris Avallone says some games can be apolitical and that his games have all... and that his games have always been apolitical. Okay. He says he's more interested in asking questions and looking at politics through the lens of the Endgame world. I argued he does that successfully in Fallout. It's more interested in asking questions, and yeah, it's not. This is just. I don't know. I don't know if his meaning is what we're all afraid we think he means, and it's going to be frustrating trying to just get him to defend himself, because obviously he's trying to explain himself. He seems like this what is this? This is further explanation. He says he's more interested in asking questions, looking at politics through the lens of the Endgame one. I don't know. I'm still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. That sounds just like a matter of difference in minutiae, or the statement not coming off with perfectly conveyed interpretations rather than a real genuine hard conviction. Because he's simultaneously saying that, what? Some games can be apolitical, and that his games have always been apolitical, but that it's the lore or the story of the game that gets political, which really just sounds... Yeah, to some extent, there's nitpicking and goalpost moving going on. I want to move on. The boss literally says politics determine who you face on the bet. Yeah, it's laughable. It's funny. Let's go. Just a little American guy in the Russian jungle wilderness trying to sabotage enemy affairs. I see nothing political here. Definitely had to rethink a line that Major Zero says at the beginning, where he so casually and flippantly dismisses an acknowledged violation of international law. He introduces the mission with something like, "Now, Snake, we must hurry up and move along here. This is already a violation. Our presence in Soviet airspace is already a violation of international law." He says on the radio before talking about how they need to very carefully pick their words because someone might be listening in. They said they should make, Asmongold said they should make MGS3 more political. I've also seen people say the game isn't political, just politically themed, whatever that means. You know, I think one thing that they might be able to very, very subtly, subconsciously, not rub it in anyone's face, dig it in, is the somewhat maybe missed opportunity to evoke more Vietnam in the aesthetics. In the original game, I think it doesn't hit you unless you play by those original camera angles, where sometimes the game will look like Apocalypse Now. This is why I think the mangrove swamp is so absolutely important to play on those original camera angles, is because so many of them indulge in the known imagery, the known cliche. It consciously employs the cliche of that shot of Martin... What is it? Is Martin Scorsese the director? Who is the actor? Apocalypse Now man, halfway submerged in water and coming out of it. For like 15 minutes of Metal Gear Solid 3, you mechanically play with what it would be like to be halfway submerged under the water in the jungle, sneaking around bad guys, just like a very iconic shot of movie history in Apocalypse Now. You don't get that if you play with the original with the subsistence cam. So saying they should make MGS3 more political is something that actually could be accomplished without engaging with the writing of the game at all. They could very, very subtly employ the power of visual language and visual storytelling to make the game look a little bit more like the Vietnam movies that Kojima was trying to make it look like, but ultimately might have failed in this original first attempt because of this mismatch between his vision of what it should look like when you're playing a game versus what the audience was visioning what it should look like when playing a game. I want a gay sex scene, and I want it to be unskippable. Or they could do that. I'm open-minded. You know, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, unskippable gay sex scene to make Metal Gear Solid 3 more political. You know, I won't riff on it till I try it. George, this is making my head hurt, and I'm not playing the damn games. I'm playing the kind of game that makes your head hurt to watch it. I wonder if the topic, the spoken topics, was doing that or not. Sorry, George, for when you look back at chat. I just got back to that part. Oh my god, and it keeps going. It keeps going. Oh my god. Look at all the subconscious sexual tension of the Metal Gear Solid universe that got bottled up and is now coming out all of a sudden. That doesn't mean he knew what sex was during the game. Okay, so also, like, how are we supposed... I talked about this briefly on the last stream about Resident Evil 6. In Resident Evil 6, it's revealed that major characters have Barbie doll anatomy under their clothes, right? How seriously are we supposed to be taking that? Especially when one of the game's core narrative problems seems to be a lack of their core human vulnerabilities and issues and problems. So if Metal Gear Solid characters at some point, right, we are revealed that Raiden has Barbie doll anatomy, and no less a part of the plot where his humanity as a video game character who doesn't exist is being acknowledged and deconstructed. Yeah, Barbie doll anatomy, like, crossing over with these narrative issues of a character's humanity is a fun accident coming out. Why are we listening to the Metal Gear Solid 3 full-length soundtrack when the YouTube video that I have open in this tab is set to mute? Oh, because I had it open on another tab and I can just press the pause button there. Because I'd rather be talking about this kind of stuff to, yeah, this one, not the one that the YouTube algorithm automatically sent me to just there. That one is for when I reach some kind of sudden unexpected breakthrough while doing laundry. That's the kind of music I hear in my head when I just now thought of the next line to write in my Kriegspiel video. Ah. So Gorg was happily playing 2 games at the same time while theorizing to himself about the meaning of consciousness. Meanwhile, we're here in chat being absolute degenerates. If making a game is like making a house, I am in the process of redoing my plumbing. I want to tackle Snake in 3D. Metaphorically, taking a piss works, but I have not tried the shower yet. Ghost Snake is too good. Ghost Snake can see over walls more easier. Solid Snake can shoot at a long-distant target more easier. They both have their pros and cons. Solid Snake can't see through solid geometry like Ghost Snake can. This is such a... Speaking of metaphors, what a... This is why it's called Ghost Babel, isn't it, actually? It's called Babel because the story is about multiculturalism and international interventions, like the Tower of Babel story from the Bible. And it's called Ghost because you're playing a ghost version of Snake instead of a solid version of Snake because the game is 2D instead of 3D! Yeah! What's next going on, Chad? It is how it is. This feels like me with game dev and starting over testing a thing over and over. Yeah, it did. It did get into a very automatic rhythm that was not frustrating. I'm so sorry that the way that must have looked, it must have been such a different feeling than what it felt like to play. George has trapped himself in purgatory. I have poggers. You guys could hear how my mind was in a wonderful, lovely, beautiful place when my eyeballs and my fingers were in the muscle memory. I think making essays is a fear response for him. Yeah. Do the bullets travel through targets once they hit? And they stop dead in their tracks? I don't think they penetrate, no. So from an in-universe perspective, what kind of training is Snake getting by shooting targets on a virtual smiley face? Well, it can't hurt getting as much training as possible, right? Am I almost to the end? Oh man, I'm only 3/4. Interesting. Have you make a 4-frame decision in the beginning, have you go through the consequences for the rest of the game. Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it. A 4-frame decision in the very beginning, that's not very shoved in your face. Telltale likes to have you think about decisions for a while, and have pop-ups that get you considering them. But one thing I thought was interesting after listening to actual interviews with actual game developers is that they do get subtle and don't shove it into your face. In Pentiment, a lot of major decisions are they don't get a lot of fanfare, and that is a psychological trick to get players to not think about them heavily and have more of the subconscious come out than the conscious. Yeah, a subconscious decision made in the heat of a panic in a matter of 4 frames or less. Games would do a great job of telling heartbreaking, tragic stories about horrible, awful decisions made in a panic. And if you don't get an opportunity to make the right decision, then maybe it won't hit you as hard. I also have been thinking very deeply about how much of an effect music can have on your mood and thus the subtleties of your thinking. I don't think there's an accident that Homer's epics are meant to be consumed musically, spoken, and heard. The rhythm of the music can affect the rhythm of your thinking, can affect the weight and power of a scene. Did I actually say out loud tough cruck to gnat? A tough nut to crack came out in the heat of the moment as tough cruck to gnat. Wow. I was so lost for a while there, wasn't I? Tough crack to night. Yeah, he hasn't forgotten about us. Viewer is actually listening while working on game graphics, so all is good. He even got stuck on the smiley level to maximize happiness. Does anyone else think the smiley face looked like it's sticking out its tongue? Mocking me. I don't like this level, its smug aura mocks me. Oh, welcome to Super Bunny Hop Metal Gear Monday sad stream. One-winged Crystal. I legitimately don't think this is possible. Oh yeah, classic gamer? Oh, I'd have to launch them all over again, and I'd rather not. So, did you notice that when the music was building up to a climax, I felt a little bit more initiative and volition to try and get up to the challenge and try that level again, and then when the music petered off, is when I had my second thoughts. Do you focus your eyes in the middle or keep switching between screens? It was switching. Was what I was doing mostly. It was trying to keep peripheral vision in mind while utterly succumbing to a need to focus on one. I was not really able to focus in between on the middle point and play purely by peripheral vision, but maybe next time when I give it a shot, maybe that'll be a key technique for finally cracking the nut, knacking the crut of this level that I was stuck on tonight. Kind of a rapid back and forth, I think. He spoke on one snake running out of ammo and having the count to ever trigger pull. Very basic case of the temptation thing on Island Saver. It's an educational game for kids about economics and ambiental stuff, and it has characters that try to scam you out of money for a supposedly faster solution. Ooh, yeah, that's good stuff. I do fear and look forward to strategy management games where you are making decisions for thousands of people on a large social scale. It seems like the current logical conclusion of using the mediums of art available to make powerful, brainwashing, terrifying propaganda, but also ways to educate kids on visualizing good... Oh boy. Yeah, like being able to mentally model what your ideological political system is supposed to look like on a large scale is something that SimCity does probably better than like War and Peace or or Marx himself. Yeah, if you get I'm wondering if a kid trying to wrap their head around political theory for the first time should play a SimCity or a Civ game before reading the source material, or how much of a place of bias that statement might be coming from. Split-second decision-making and John Wickness. See also Super Hot. What a great game, Super Hot. Especially the VR one. Gets you to rethink the way your body processes time and what it would be like to be a different kind of creature processing time in a different way. Watching nature documentaries about animals having very, very different ways of processing the split second of an instinctive reaction is something that actually did become easier to wrap my head around after playing Super Hot VR. You get to see time flow differently from a first-person perspective covering your entire field of vision, and what a powerful experience of metaphor that was for making just a little bit more sense of the universe. So now when I try to close my eyes and see what it is like being my dog, a little easier to clip my dog's toenails, knowing what it's like that he processes the reflexes of touch and reaction at a fundamentally faster speed than I ever would. So I have to get my dog concentrating on licking a spoon. That takes so much of his attention that I can then slip in and clip his toenails, because his mental energy has so many points put into reaction time than pre-planning than mine do. Super Hot. VR. Metaphors. Thinking about thinking. Great stuff. Don't think. Shoot. I'm dozing in and out. Have a sub, Super Bunny Hop. Don't think words, he said out loud. This is like an inverse Pacific Rim situation. George, I feel like I haven't taken proper inventory of what each snake has to deal with. Mr. George, do you even play video games? I'll take your silence as a no. If you have 30 ammo on PS1, you can only miss 12 shots, if I'm not mistaken. It happens. You missed our gay sex talk. Thanks for streaming, George. Have a good rest. Oh man, look at all this chat I missed. Oh no. Oh man, George, I love your hair today. What, is it that bad? It looks fine. Give me a fucking... The hair's fine. If the rewards for not killing are too good, it'll be an objective reward for a psychopathic player will go after. You want it to be a reminder for those who care about the emotions. Yes, thank you. That's it. That's it. That's what I was trying to say, wasn't it? That's why it would probably be better to keep moral issues as moral decisions instead of mechanical, mathematical decisions. And I am surprised, truly surprised, that that's not the direction gaming ended up going. Because it is one thing I think Kojima understood about empowering action movies is that you kind of sort of do watch the hero work their way out of a violent situation with the least amount of violence possible. We always like to remind ourselves that the first Rambo movie, he kills maybe one guy, and that even in the later Rambo movies, he kills way less guys than you do in most video games. In Die Hard, terrorists who are willing to kill and die are up against a hero who's gonna, because the police might arrest him too once they arrive on the scene, a hero who's gonna try to save the day with as little casualties as possible. The extent of repetitive, the kill counts that I found in the Iliad are the only time I've ever seen a classic work of literature get anywhere close to how close they get in video games. And I've been doing a lot of good thinking about why and how that struck out to me. I'm contemplating breaking my 6-month streak of not buying anything video games by splurging on a Chinese handheld to play Snatcher on the tram. I recommend the POW Kitty. RGB 10 Max Pro 2, something like that. The words, they might be in a different order, but those are the words that brand is made out of. It's a good one. Yeah, sadly at games, at some point it's always a number. I'm tired of apolitical, I want more apolitical writing. I'm very happy upon replaying them as an adult that the non-lethal combat option in Metal Gear Solid 3 still provides some interesting meat for my adult brain to chew on, just like it did earlier. Sadly, it's games, at some point it's always a number. Yeah, whatever math my brain is doing when deciding to spare a guard or kill a guard in Metal Gear is still an interesting math problem. Not quite totally sure what objective benefits, mathematical benefits there are to playing non-lethally. Because you run out of tranquilizer darts, you only have 25 of them. If guards find a sleeping guard, they can pose more of a threat. They aren't incapacitated permanently like when they're killed. There's still some pretty compelling cons, and those are important to making it less of a math problem and more of a moral, conscious, ethical problem. Make me wonder what David's Metal Gear Solid movie pitch was. It was described as the apocalypse now of the digital age. Oh, well, speak of ambition. Metal Gear 1 with that motif could work. George, how epic is the ladder on Snake Eater? It's almost 4 minutes long. It's pretty epic. They have you holding the button for multiple minutes at a time. You are... It does seem like he was well aware that players would be second-guessing whether or not the game was glitching or they were doing something wrong on their way up the ladder. Babel equals Bible. I figured it out. No, I'm sorry you haven't. What you have figured out, however, is that the etymological root of the modern English word Babel is rooted in the ancient Bible story of the Tower of Babel. If you hear someone babbling away and you don't understand them, you're supposed to metaphorically feel like one of the workers on the Tower of Babel who can't understand their instructions. However, that's a complete coincidence. Doing an association between the word Babel and the word Bible is an inaccurate, quickly made assumption, because if you did the readings, then you would know that the etymological root for Bible comes from a Latin biblio root, same root shared as Spanish of the biblioteca of the library. A Bible is just a Latin word, or maybe it's a Greek word. It's one of those two root language words that just means collection of books. Babel means a collection of nonsense words you can't understand. Stupid. Bible means a collection of books that you can read. Smart. That was my incarnation of the nerdy kid with glasses and teeth emoji emote. Persona 4 aged like fucking milk in terms of story. Okay, maybe someone can back me up here. I tried to give Persona 4 a shot a couple years ago, and very infamously didn't get it. My gamer friends couldn't understand why I wasn't getting it. I didn't like that I didn't get it. When I got... it sucks. It doesn't feel good. I think a lot of critics criticize from a place of love, not hate. I want to get it. I will probably give it a shot another day, and I hope to get it when I give it another shot. It doesn't feel good to play classic games, try to tackle a classic story and not get it. Not a good feeling. The challenge as a critic is to try and overcome that hurdle, really. Or, no, you know what I'll say it is, because then once you've overcome that hurdle, you are going to be able to better explain yourself as a critic and why you didn't get it. But if you can't climb that hurdle, you're going to write really bad criticism on your way there. So yeah, Persona 4 aged like fucking milk in terms of story. Let's we're talking about like any of the gay stuff, but let's see, there's some other stuff mentioning how everyone knows the ending at this point. I don't. I started Persona 4 blind. I tried to give it a shot. I ultimately just felt like I was out of my element. It was obvious that I was too old to relate to the characters. So if I come into it again, I need to adjust my expectations and not make an attempt at relating to the characters, and instead think of them as little immature kids who don't have life figured out. Playing games and consuming media that is oriented at teenagers and kids as a 30-year-old really is rough, because sometimes your characters that you're supposed to identify as do very stupid things that you, as the audience, would not. It's sometimes hard to sympathize with that. There's a bit of friction there, and that is why I think I would have to give it another shot again. I remember the conversation we had on the podcast about it was when I was expressing frustration that I have consumed so much Japanese media that is so exclusively about Japanese high school that I'm ready for a change of setting. So maybe all I need to do to get Persona 4 is just play some media that is unquestionably visibly Japanese, but not taking place in Japanese high school, to resensitize myself. I had become desensitized to coming-of-age Japanese high school stories. I need to go through a few other kinds of things to soften that part of myself up a bit before I can give it another shot, because I did not want to hate it. I do not want to hate it. I want to give it another shot, and I want to like it that time. But apparently I'm gonna have to prepare myself for gay stuff getting hated. All of Yasuke's dialogue regarding sexuality makes me cringe. Even P5 still had some of this stuff. Congrats, George, you made it to the bottom of the chat. That must have been... Oh, I made it to the bottom of the chat right when you said that. Awesome. Not at the accurate bottom, but... close enough. This is good. This is fine. If God made me and all my buddies speak different languages as punishment for building a big tower, I would simply develop a pigeon language and keep building the tower. There's a lot of things you would do. But I'm sorry, you're not interpreting the story as an ancient reader would, where they would be more prepared to relate it to metaphors and not take it literally as a problem that could be solved with a concrete solution. You didn't get Persona 4 because you gave up before the 50-hour mark, obviously, Gorg. Yeah, I did. And, really actually coming to terms with how this is a very core fundamental problem that all long-term video game storytelling needs to figure out how to address and solve at some point is an important thing I'm gonna have to keep in mind when giving it another shot. Because it may indeed not pick up until after the 50-hour mark, and that may indeed be some kind of redeeming quality I should actually consider on fair terms for the kind of story it's trying to tell. Because you are, at that point, you've reached a certain level of investment. It's a cheap trick, but time investment does make you care more about characters as stakes. If a character's about to die and you've spent 40 hours getting to know them, at that point, you can start caring in a way you wouldn't if you had spent 2 hours getting to know them. If their deaths don't matter because of the RPG system, then the time investment can be another way to get their deaths to matter. And there's merit to that. I call it a cheap trick, but it works. It wouldn't be a cheap trick if it didn't reliably work. Let's scroll down. It's about the complex place between adulthood and teen life. Oh yeah, the protags of 4 are dumb as fuck. Okay, no, I'm sorry, but if the story is about the complex place between adulthood and teen life, congratulations, you done it. I can't tell how sarcastic that comment's meant to be. I'm starting to lean more sarcastic now, so I'm not gonna actually that one. Bringing it all back, Persona games minus tactic games equals play Marvel's Midnight Suns if you're not burnt out on Marvel. I'm not burnt out on Marvel, but I do have the weird sort of discomfort that I have had in my 30s with Marvel, where there's this glaring reminder that this is made for kids, and I'm kind of a weirdo for playing something so far off of my demographic. I know there's still something important to learn about the human condition, and specifically what the next generation is going through by keeping in touch with the kids and seeing what kind of media they're going through. But there is a degree of social apprehension and shame to work through with that stuff that was not there before. Implying the god that just made you and your friends incapable of understanding each other wouldn't do the same thing again with your pidgin language. Oh, yep, right, oops. Yeah. Username was... Important Bible lesson is that you can't... The Book of Job is all about how you can't sue God in a court of law and expect to win. Yeah, no, the biblical explanation behind any human proposal to solving the problems that biblical problems solve is that they're beyond human comprehension. Thus, the Bible is supposed to be representative of some kind of limit to the human imagination that people were working their way through during the ancient world. Red Dead is so good, but I'll never replay it probably. I need to play Red Dead Redemption 2. Because over the 5 years of retrospect we've seen since launch, it almost seems like a bookend. Like the end of an era, the end of a media, the end of a certain era of storytelling where gigantic amounts of fuck you money could be poured into a mechanically experimental AAA single-player experience that forced its vision, and it was an uncompromising artistic vision at that, onto players who would be frustrated at the slow pace of things. And working through that frustration would have been required to match the mood of the developer's vision. It seems like one of the last cases where that really was getting done in a way so earnestly and so aggressively that it reminds me of the kind of bravado and boldness that the PlayStation 1 and 2 prefixed camera angles evoke, the Resident Evil camera system, where they will have you struggling with the controls and getting mad at the controls and making bad decisions in your panics, because that's the point of being in a spooky haunted house that disorients you and scares you. Red Dead 2 is really good, George. It has the best selection of country songs in a cowboy game, too. Yeah. I have been avoiding it because it is a huge time commitment to something that I've done a lot throughout my life and was burnt out on, which is the open world third-person action game. That was several years ago, and I might have my stamina and endurance for open world action games back again. I played Elden Ring and was not having fun, and considering everything I was reading and how everyone else was doing, I felt like that was a me problem, not an Elden Ring problem. So maybe this hibernation is going to be good for making me feel the magic again when playing open world action games, and maybe I should resume my attempt at feeling the magic with Red Dead 2 instead of Elden Ring. And with that, the music has reached a nice, satisfying, conclusive point that has brought my thoughts and my speaking to something of a rhythmic and beautiful poetic close, now that I have also reached the end of the lengthy Herculean scroll of Twitch chat messages. Elden Ring was boring because it didn't have guns. Red Dead 2's got guns. Well, now Elden Ring 2 is it's a little more complete now, right? Yeah, at some point soon I'll get my gaming computer fixed. I'll have money to spend on fixing my gaming computer, and I'll be playing big dumb open world action games where you click on bad guys with guns, where you point and click on bad guys with guns and hold down the W button. Ah!